for a loop. Warrior!
Did you just come up with, did you just pick that up on the spot? Huh. Oh shit, he's a grappler! Oh, no! Notice how I immediately identified the stance? Oh, fuck. How's things going? Yo, Pat! Yeah, T-spin it. Aki would be proud. Like, oh no! I have nothing under me. I can't jump. No! I've been put in egg jail. No! I'm in egg jail. Free me. Free egg. Free egg. Hashtag free egg. Egg prison. No. No. Egg jail. Not like this. I thought this was good, and it's bad. It's bad. I desire freedom. What you got? Yeah, well, ow, fuck, ouch. Teeth. Ah! Fuck! Oh!
Right. How many episodes did we get out of her?
What baby? Tentachoke. I don't know if I want to be here anymore. Oh, look at the time. It's time I leave the sewers. Jeez, what the hell? Why? I don't think I should be here anymore. So it's water and fighting. That's a no. That's a no-go. I gotta get out of here. Electro Ball. Oh no. That's perfection. Oh god. Yeah. What happens if you shoot Ashley during the minigame? I don't think you can. Because I think, she's sitting over there in the... That's really cute. Ashley, please.
Best part is,
What?
even if Time Gun exists,
Yeah.
putting the musical in front of it makes it ours.
Yeah.
It's true. Top
It's
Gun
true.
and Top Gun the musical are two distinctly different things.
Beetlejuice and Beetlejuice the musical, absolutely different.
Wait, is Time Cop a thing? What's Time Cop?
Time Cop's a thing.
What's Time Cop?
It's a movie.
Is it about a kid who receives a time gun from a scientist and then has to go back in time? To go here, they told us go to the light, and now there's Sedan's supposed to be here. What the hell? I can't believe our boyfriend stood us up. This hurts, Sedan. This fucking hurts. It hurts. What do you want? Go check the map. Name check the map. Oh shit, it's over there. What the hell's this light for over here then? Sedan, what are you doing up there? You're on the... Wonder I couldn't find you. You can't be on the top shelf. You know I'm short. Fuck. Baby! See, I'm a little short. What's that thing? Crab. Crab. There's those three-headed crabs in it too. Crab. Yeah, head pat. And also a chin pad. Yes. Yes. This is the dream. This is the dream. I'm like, this is too good. It's so good. This is great. This is what I need every single day. Came in during a chat hug. Yeah. Aww. Gosh, I'm so sleepy. I meant to go to sleep 2 raids ago. Oh my goodness, Ellie. Well, thank you for the follow, and I'm glad you could chill on our stream for a little bit. But you should definitely get some rest. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I know it was White and I believe Barraclaire. Thank you for the head pad. Oh, don't like that. Discard, discard, discard. Oh, great. We gotta go. There's the sound of stress. Yep. Oh, I hit my ship. This is like gently nipple. Really full. We gotta make more money so we can make more. We gotta make more money. God damn it. Set this fire with this other fire. Gotta think about. Fight me! Ah. That's right. Ah. No, there's 2 hits to it. Oh, get back here. All right. Okay. I'm back. I'm out. Hey, yes. How's everyone doing? I'm gonna refresh our music a little bit. Hey, yes. How is everyone? Thank you. Fedor, Happy New Year's. Confetti. How y'all doing? Aw, thank you. I made a hot drink and that'll be good. Ara ara. It was kind of crunchy. Ara ara. No, I think it's probably the best we're gonna. I think that's the best we're gonna get right now. Aw, Mina. Yeah. How y'all doing? Fedora, how's things going? Alright, we're gonna pick up on our list. We're Crunchy RR is the new 2024 style, yes. Thank you. Where's my mouse cursor? There we go. Okay. So we've made it halfway. We're up to September, as far as our games go. We've put most of these on the chart. We're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good as a whole. But I've preloaded some of the next few games we're gonna review. They are in sequence, so let's get to it. Especially since it's taken like almost 9 hours to get this far. Okay. We are gonna shotgun some of these probably because this is a lot. But I mean, at this point, we've been doing this for 9 hours. We should do it right, you know? Well, hope y'all are too. I'm doing good. I got a hot drink and we've been vibing all night. And I hope everybody's been enjoying my tier list. It's not really like a tier list. It's more just like a recap of all the games. And I guess like I'm giving a general placement of how I felt about them. It's not like, don't take it with a grain of salt, I guess. So Toddlers. Toddlers is a classic Super Nintendo game that I have fond memories of as a kid. It turns out this is well-known hated game that most people dislike, and I'm stupid. They better buff Haunted Castle. Agreed. I agree. They need to buff Haunted Castle. No, Travelers is like, to me, like most normal kids grew up on Lemmings. I guess I did not grow up on Lemmings. I grew up on Travelers. I don't take that for what it's worth. Oh no, genius cap. Travelers is basically a puzzle game. It's kind of like Lemmings. It's definitely more grounded. You have a character on the screen where you move blocks to try and create little pathways so your little traveler friends can get to the doorway and not into a pencil sharpener, which turns them into dust. It has co-op play, it has regular play. I know it's we have Lemmings at Home game. It is. I like this game a lot, but I have to admit, going back to it, the puzzles they're like okay. There's like a couple that like trip me up, but a lot of it is just like moving the blocks, solving the puzzle. I know that describes every puzzle solution, but like, I don't know, like the solutions felt like, I don't want to say obvious, but like, I don't know, like, I felt like as a kid they dial, like it was like more engaging. As an adult, I felt like the puzzles were a little bit too simplistic, and the ones that were more complex were just time consuming. Oftentimes, like making a route or making a path for your travelers to get to the exit is not inherently that hard. I don't know, like I think it's like a B tier game, but I don't think it's that high of a B tier game when it comes down to it. I'm gonna maybe say like maybe next to Cult of the Lamb, maybe. I didn't like it as much as I remember liking it as a kid. Yeah, but it's basically like Lemmings. Yeah. Alright, next up is HoloCure. It's the Hololive survival roguelite, so it's like Vampire Survivors, but with Hololive characters. And somebody needs to, I'm saying for anyone that's a programmer out there, if you want to make a bajillion bucks, make a VTuber HoloCure for indie VTubers. Yeah, I made hot chocolate. It's hot. Yeah. Make this game, but for indie VTubers. They would be over the moon. I know I'd be about it. As far as Vampire Survivor goes, I think it has a bajillion characters in it, which is really fun. They're all really well defined. There's tons of references in there. The references are fun. I'm only like an amateur Hololiver, so I only know a little bit about the Hololive VTubers. So I didn't get all the references, but I think there's a lot of cute stuff here. The look of the game is really cute. I do think the gameplay is maybe a little bit, how to put it, it would be nice if, I don't know, like it might just be like a me issue with the genre as a whole with survival roguelites, but I did find myself like a little, it's like, it's grindy in a weird way that I wasn't expecting, that I don't even feel like Vampire Survivors kind of falls into quite right. I'm gonna put it like probably in the middle of B tier. I did like the game a lot though. It's also completely free to play, so like if you enjoy that, if it catches your eye, check it out. And I will say I like the aesthetic a lot more than Vampire Survivors. The boss fights are fun. I like the fact that it does dip into a little bit of like a shoot 'em up, arena shoot 'em up feel with the way the bosses shoot bullets and some of the patterns. I like the synergies between items. The item synergies feel good. Like everything's kind of in place for it to be right, but it does feel like sometimes like you'll pick a character and it's just like this character just, I don't know what to do with them. And there's so many characters, it's actually kind of overwhelming. Like, I know this isn't a game where you play like all the characters, you just pick one or two that are your favorites to play and you focus on them. But it almost feels like a shame that there's so many characters that you're not really getting to tap tap into like all their play styles and enjoy all their play styles fully. It's almost like a case of like too much of a good thing when it needs like even more like other things to dig into. Yeah. Oh, that hot chocolate is hitting the spot. Alright, so, and next up is the other HoloLive fan game that came out, Holo Showdown, which is another free-to-play game. You can get this game on Steam. As far as I know, I think it has rollback netcode for its online play. It's a versus fighter with the HoloLive cast. They've been working on it, they've been adding characters. I think it's actually a pretty decent fighting game. It's definitely more my jam than some of the fighting games on this list. It's, I think, a much more polished fighting game than something like Rainbow Core Hypernova. If you're gonna play a free-to-play fighting game on Steam, this is probably the one to check out. That said, I guess like Grand Blue Fantasy Versus has its free-to-play release now too. I'm gonna say it's a very solid, like, top of B tier, maybe bottom of A tier. I'm willing to put it at bottom of A tier. It's a game I'd kind of like to play more, but you know what? Actually, I'm willing to put it like more in the middle of A tier. It's pretty good. Yeah, like the bits I've played of it, I've enjoyed a lot. It has tagging. It has it is single characters, but you do have assist calls, but it's not, I guess I shouldn't say tagging. Tagging implies that there's multiple characters that you're playing at the same time. I think that would have probably hit the spot in this game, but it's still pretty good. But you do have assist calls. So Holo Showdown, very good. And once again, going the distance. Online play with a free-to-play game, pretty nice. Whisker Squadron, Survivor. This game is, I guess they're planning on a more narrative strong game, and this is kind of like their spin-off roguelite that they've made out of a lot of the assets from it. I'm gonna put it down here in early access. I didn't realize this game was in early access when I started playing it. It's basically Star Fox. It's Star Fox. The characters seem fun. But overall, I feel like the game needed more, and I know they've been working on it and adding more, so I'm just gonna put it down early access. Kill the Crows. Okay, so this is an arena shoot 'em up that's kind of in the same vein as something like Luftrausers, for anyone that's familiar with it. You are surviving against waves of crow boys. I don't know what you call them, but they're a gang, and they're the crows, and they're trying to kill you, but you have a special eye, and it lets you like slow down time and like shoot out multiple targets at the same time. It's very like tactile feeling arena shoot 'em up. You're reloading your revolvers. You got to make sure to keep your bullet count in your head. Keep track of that stuff. Keep yourself from being overwhelmed. There's a lot of different different types of guns you can use that have different properties, and you unlock them gradually through kind of in-game achievements. Honestly, this game is really, really good. It's really fun. It's a great time kill. It's another game that's a lot like Shotgun King, where I played it, and I routinely play this as a time kill. I'm gonna put it actually up in S tier. I think this game is really, really nice. It's really tight, and they keep working on it and adding more to it, so it's only getting better. I really enjoy my time with it. Kill the Crows is really fun. It's simplistic, but it's a great example of how like a game doesn't have to be like completely like wild with this concept to be good. Some games are good just because like they do one thing really well, and what it does really well is Western shooting. Western shooting game. I mean, that's kind of the gist of it, right? All right. Coral Cove, another free-to-play game. It's a free-to-play, I guess, like kind of like a city builder style game, city building simulation game, I guess, sort of. It's a card game. It's a card sim. about building coral reefs. It's really cute. It's really cute, but it is very basic. But it is like fun enough. The first few playthroughs feel really good. I think like the more like advanced, the later end of the game, and especially when you get into like playing endless mode, it doesn't quite hit like I thought it would. The game is supposed to like generate like endless things for you to do, endless goals for you to accomplish, but it does feel like it kind of runs out of goals at a certain point, which feels weird that it does that. Like for some reason, I don't know why. It just runs out of goals at a certain point. I think it's like probably it's like a bottom of B tier, but like it's like okay. It's a cute game. I'd recommend it if you want to check out. If you want something very casual and very chill to play, it will definitely hit that vibe. It's very low pressure. It's very chill vibes. You're under the ocean. Yeah. And it's also educational because it talks about coral bleaching and the environment. And so it's kind of cute. I don't know if they plan on expanding this game or not. Another free-to-play game that we played, Urbo, which is basically just 2048. It's just 2048 with a building like aesthetic where the buildings merge together to try and make bigger buildings and build your little city up. There's no city sim aspect to this. It is just 2048 with a city aesthetic. Code under the ocean is in fact an extremely high pressure environment. Oh, okay. Fair. Well, Coral Co-op makes it seem really chill. It's 2048 with a nice aesthetic. I'm gonna put it like maybe in here. It's free. It's just kind of a nice. If you're an achievement hunter, it's a very easy full platinum. There's nothing really hard to it. But it's also not like there's not like a lot there. It doesn't do anything inherently wrong. It is nice looking, but I think it's just like not necessarily as engaging or as maybe inspiring as like I guess maybe the Turinov study. I guess like it's a little bit less engaging for me. Maybe something like this. Free to play, and I guess there's like a full version that has more going on. I guess that came out recently. Okay, here we go, another big one. This one I didn't get to play on stream as much as I was planning on. I was planning on putting this in for my Halloween lineup, but the Halloween lineup ended up so dense that I did not have a lot of room for Dead by Daylight. I played this game a few years ago. And it was a far worse game back then. I feel like they've really polished this game up a lot. Back when I used to play it had frame rate issues, and it was really just rough around the edges. The core idea is it's an asymmetrical survival game that's an asymmetrical game where on one team is 4 survivors and the other team is a single killer. And the killer, it's meant to be horror movies. It's tons of horror movie references or cameo characters. So you have characters like Freddy, and you have, now I have to think about them all. Also, I guess, like, also game references, because you have, like, Nemesis and Pyramid Head. Where are all the movie references? God damn, the only one I can think of. Leatherface. Wait, is Leatherface in it? Leatherface is in it, yeah. Apparently Chucky just got added to it. There's like a ton of them. There was a ton of like movie cameo characters, which is really fun. The game's been running for like 5-6 years now at this point. For people, like, most people know this game to some extent, one way or another. If you like horror movies, this game definitely like is a love letter to horror movies. I think the core gameplay itself is a case of it's kind of like Splatoon. I think it does a lot to try and balance itself through removing things from the game rather than adding things to the game, which I think is always a hard balancing thing. It's hard to balance your games that way and make them feel exciting, because you're just like, it boils things down flatter. I would rather a game that's unbalanced and has weird highs than a game that's just like completely like flat. That said, Dead by Daylight, I feel like there is a meta going on, and there's an ever-changing meta because of the abilities that they add to the game. Dipping back into it was pretty interesting. I mostly played killer. I'm a killer main. I like hunting. I'm not as crazy about playing Survivor. And they have added some more interactables into the game. There's like breakable walls and stuff like that, which is something I said ages ago about the game. I wish that it had, because there just wasn't enough like interactable things in the game, and I wanted to see more. I wanted to see them push the environments more, push the killers more. But it's also a game that's like ripe with like really obnoxious tactics. It's a game that feels like there's its foundation that it's built on is like flawed, and because the foundation it's built on is flawed, it's only been able to like add things to the game to try and like alleviate that foundation, the issues the foundation has. And because of that, you end up with this like weird influx of just weird tech in the game and weird things and weird gameplay styles, and you get people that complain about like, oh, you're tunneling, you're a killer that's tunneling, or things like that, where it's like there's nothing in the game that really like is in place to stop you from doing certain things. And because it doesn't stop you, it's like, well, why wouldn't I do it this way? Why wouldn't I just like, I'm not saying I tunneled a lot, but it is something that I feel like a lot of people fall into, like the crux of that. And there's very little the game does to deter people from things like that, which is like just singling out a person and just killing them. Because let's be real, if you're against a team of 4 and then you can just narrow that down to a team of 3, that's just in your favor, right? And the game has gotten better about like eliminating those kind of issues, but I still think they're kind of there deep down. They try to engage, like they try to like eliminate those issues and structure it by rewarding you for not doing things, which is good. That's one way to do it. They encourage you not to tunnel or encourage you not to like sit around hooks, because they give you more points and more things by making you go do other things, which is good. But I don't think that's like enough of an incentive to, oh right, stop doing those kind of tactics. It's a weird game. I feel like it's like 5-6 years in now, and it still hasn't quite found its like footing by moments. That said, like the game is more full than ever. There's a bajillion killers, there's a bajillion survivors, there's a million abilities. It is good, and there's a ton of content in this game. It is very like, it is packed with like purchasing. You get the base game pretty cheap, and then like you're purchasing packs. But it does keep the game kind of fresh. You're purchasing, I say packs, but you're purchasing like characters. You're usually getting a killer and a character at the same time. It feels to me like a game like Dead by Daylight is a game where only one side is ever gonna have fun at a time. Yeah, and that's like a little bit of the problem with Dead by Daylight is it has like issues that kind of remove fun for like the way that this game is abused is very specifically in a way that removes fun for whoever's the target of said abuse. And it's not even just like a killer thing. Like you can get survivors that are just like with flashlights all the time, and the way they can play and work together can really bully a killer. Like you'd think for being like a fucking 8-foot tall lady with an axe, you wouldn't get bullied that easily, but it turns out four fucking nerds with flashlights can be really obnoxious. Which is really like kind of, once again, it kind of takes away from like the whole aesthetic of the game when you're like cowering next to a pallet because they keep blinding you. not usually a problem for me, but like I understand where like the problems like lie with this game. I think like through pure effort of the developer and pure like just the work they've put into this game to try and make all these things work and balance all these things and do everything, I think it's an A. But I do think that like the base of this game is kind of flawed, and I think that at some point somebody's gonna take like the core idea of this. Maybe it's gonna be the same dev and they're gonna do Dead by Daylight 2 and they're really gonna hammer out like the flaws and make the game more engaging overall, but it's still ultimately like kind of a weird hide and seek that kind of sometimes works and sometimes doesn't depending on how good your groups are, I guess. I'm gonna maybe put it bottom of A. Like, and I enjoyed my time with it for the most part, but it's like, it's a game that is very like flawed. Which is a hard thing for a competitive game, which is very distinctly competitive. I would like to play it more on stream though. Oh, that hot chocolate's really hitting. It's hitting the spot right now. Alright, moving on to the next game. Kirby Superstar Stacker. Holy fuck, this game is weird. I didn't think Nintendo can make a really bad puzzle game, but it might be Kirby Star Stacker. This game is... I played it, and I got like halfway through the playthrough of arcade mode or whatever, and I realized at a certain point I could only really use the middle two columns in this game because the pieces move so fast you cannot move them to the sides with any like hope of being accurate. I think this game is maybe bad. Liz might have to like talk to me about this one, because Liz also played Kirby Star Stacker, and I don't know if it's just that I don't know how to play this game and I'm stupid, or if it's just like bad and I don't know. Like you do combos in this game by accident that are it's actually a little bit the same issue that I had with Princess Farmer, but Princess Farmer's actually good. Whereas Kirby Star Stacker is not good. Let's get to talk to you about Star Stacker while you talk to her about Guilty Gear. That might be a good trade. Yeah, good trade. Yeah. Dang, now I want hot chocolate coat. I might have to get some Dunkin' Donuts later when it opens. Oh, that'd be a good idea. I had a donut earlier. Really hit the spot. Yeah. I'm like, do I have like a... I'm gonna just like do a thing. Type. No. Type. Color? Transparent? Here. This is... Is this like actually transparent or is it fake transparent? It's a free thing. Yeah. Okay. Yes it is. Okay, good. All right. I'm gonna just put this here because we have a hot chocolate now. Did I refresh by accident? Nope, we're good. No worries. We're still good. I have two windows open, one that I can like collect up images and the other for the actual tier list. But if I minimize one of them, it'll like minimize it on stream too. Okay. Okay. Star Stacker though. I can only put it at the bottom of D, I think, because oh god, is it worse than Captain Commando? It's like it's the worst Kirby game I've ever played. It might be worse than Captain Commando. Kirby Star Stacker wasn't trying to get money out of me, but that's only because it will never get money out of me. It's a hopeless endeavor. I have no idea. I have no idea if Kirby Star Stacker felt like playable to a degree. I felt like I could potentially succeed at Star Stacker. I did not feel like I could succeed at King of Monsters, Darius, or... You know what, King of Monsters may be below Darius. Darius actually feels like there's a game you can learn and play King of Monsters definitely feels like, I feel like this beetle that's getting like fire blasted down here. Here, my cursor's behind my head. I feel like this beetle getting fire blasted down here the entire time I play it. And Captain Commando just feels maybe impossible. I would love to watch a playthrough, like a 1cc of this game, if that's even... Has anybody ever 1cc Captain Commando? I need to see this. 1cc Captain Commando. I need to know what the tech is. Somebody's got to have somebody's fucking 1cc'd this game. Oh, Galvin Ghost Arcade, in fact, actually. Wow. Oh wow, it's an off-the-screen, like, video of it. I'm sure however they did this, it's like, gotta be like some wild strategy. They're playing the baby. They're playing the mech baby. I think Commando 1cc. I can't even fucking imagine from what I played. They're definitely using the baby's range. The thing is I guess like the thing with Captain Commando is it was mostly the bosses that become really like, god damn. I have to watch this in full sometime after the stream. Now is not the time though. Anyways, apparently it turns out that you can 1cc Captain Commando, but it's still a D tier for me. I did not enjoy my time with it. I enjoyed it slightly less than King of Monsters, which I wasn't even sure if I was... I'm not completely convinced I was playing that game when I was playing it. Alright. Okay, so Gumbrella. I can't believe I have a Kirby game in D tier. God. Gumbrella. This is a game where I think the developer put a strong effort into what they were making, but I feel like it's a mismatch between a game where you have really cool mobility and things you can do and options, and basically just a narrative-driven experience. You go from place to place in this game. Talking to people, and they just tell you to go to other places. I know that's a lot of video games, but like it just feels really blatant in this game. You get small platforming sections which never feel like they push you at all with your character, and your character has amazing mobility and cool things that they can do, and you don't feel like you use any of them. And it's a shame, because I watched when this game got announced, I was like, oh, it looks like elevator action almost. Mirror's Edge? Oh, I haven't played Mirror's Edge. I couldn't play it. It made me violently sick. But it looked really cool. Is that what Mirror's Edge is like? That's a shame. Like, you have cool mobility, but nothing ever makes you utilize it. It's like the areas are designed, go place the game. Okay. But like, at least I assume in Mirror's Edge, like the mobility is like engaging. In Gumbrella, like you can do all this cool stuff, but you never have to use it because it's a bunch of flat, like one-dimensional areas. The only time it makes you kind of push the mobility a little bit is when the mountain range. Mirror's Edge is super good, but yeah, you get super sick of playing it. You'll get super sick playing it. Okay. I didn't like Umbrella very much. And they do something really fucking obnoxious in this game, and I'm just gonna say this. They give you a choice of getting a gem, and they give you two choices. It's give it to the hobo with the heart of gold, or give it to the guy who looks like he's up to something. And the gameplay has like a side quest that plays out if you give the gem to one or the other. I did the reasonable thing, which was give the gem to the hobo. When I finished the game, I found out that you need to do another whole playthrough, not entirely, you have to do 70% of another playthrough to complete the other quest line. And it turns out that they basically just do the same thing. It's just a single thing that adds like a split achievement. If you give it to the sketchy shop owner, if you give it to the hobo, he builds a shop and he runs a shop and he sells you things. If you give it to the sketchy shop owner, he just travels along with you with his shop open and he sells you things, and it's not distinctly different. Like, it's not even like they're different things, it's just a different story aesthetic to the same kind of thing that you're doing. But then, I found out at the very end of the game. Keep in mind, like, this game is, like, very adamant that you have these two choices. At the very end of the game. Now, this is a spoiler alert, but, like, keep in mind, this is a D tier game for me. To get the game's true ending, you have to keep the gem the whole time. You don't give it to the hobo with a heart of gold or the shopkeeper. If the gem isn't in your inventory, you actually get the, well, it's not the worst ending, but it's like practically the worst ending. So they do this weird fucking split with the story that just, it's mean. I felt so like, I was, it just like, I think I like Street Fighter more. Like, I'm so annoyed by it because it's just like they treat it like, well, I mean, first of all, you see a hobo that's down on his luck and he's like an okay guy. And it's like, well, yeah, of course I'll give you the gem and help you out. But like, it costs you everything at the end of the game. Like the ending you get, like the neutral ending is not great. I'll just leave it at that. It's a very unrewarding ending. And this is what you get for like being a good person? Instead, you're supposed to fucking keep the gem to yourself, and I'm not even gonna like, I'm gonna spoil this for people. The gem deflects a bullet. Like, that's, you just have it in your shirt pocket. What is this game again? This is Gumbrella. The gem is just in your pocket and it deflects a bullet at the end of the game. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? Gumbrella was like, it has good like mobility, it has good like movement options, and there's like room for like doing something really cool with this game. And they mostly just have you walk around and talk to people, solving a mystery, which, don't get me wrong, it's kind of interesting. Kind of interesting, like, mystery going on, sort of. But it's not like ultimately like rewarding, especially when you don't keep the fucking gem and you just get fucking shot. This is like, it's like masterclass of like making you feel like shit for doing a good thing, and I don't know how I feel about that. Umbrella is like, and there's a cool aesthetic going on with this game. It's kind of like got a noir like thing. So they're point and click bullshit. It kind of is, but it's like also paired with what could have been a cool platformer. You have an umbrella that like can block bullets, but at the same time you shoot from the umbrella. So there's like a shield and shoot kind of cover mechanic going on. You can like float and hover with the umbrella. It can latch onto rails and stuff, but they never use like practically any of it. Like the most you need is just jump and shoot in this game, and it just, I felt unrewarded playing it. And like, I played through it twice, and I might have to fucking play through it again because I need that achievement for getting the true ending for keeping the gem, because they make you play through the game 3 times. Oh, I'm just annoyed with Gumbrella. It's not even bad. It's not even like that bad. It's just annoying to me. It's like Cave Story. If you spend 80% of the time in Omega Village, that's such a good like comparison. But like so much worse, because at least Cave Story is kind of endearing. This is just like, fuck. I mean, Cave Story is very endearing, but it's like, God, fuck. It's just really, like, you feel like the game's gonna eventually like get to like the meat of it, and then it's over like almost instantly. So I don't recommend Gumbrella. It's definitely a D tier for me. Maybe Lost Type 3 a little bit higher. Maybe Star Stacker a little bit higher. I did play Star Stacker through. Hell Cave Story also kind of has a rude true ending requirements. It does. And you know what? Like, I don't even feel wronged by Cave Story in the same way I felt wronged by Gumbrella. Fuck. Okay. AK Axolotl. Okay, so this is basically a roguelite, an action roguelite, kind of in the same vein as Nuclear Throne, Enter the Gungeon. Relatively small team from what I understand. It does kind of, it feels a lot like, it feels like Nuclear Throne if everything was like super slow by comparison. It never has the high points of there's not enough synergies going on in this game to make it feel like Enter the Gungeon. So it's kind of like Nuclear Throne if it was really slow. The gunplay is okay. Everything about this game is like kind of just okay. I know they're still working on it. They're doing a lot of updates with this game, so it is kind of getting better as I play it. I'm willing to put it in B tier, maybe, but like a very low B tier. It's a better roguelite than Phantom. It's a better roguelite than Cult of the Lamb, even. I liked it more than Melty. Yeah, Nuclear Throne. It's there's baby axolotls, and the baby axolotls are cute, and you raise them, and then you can play as them, and it's interesting that way, kinda. But it's never really like, the bosses are okay. There's some really nice animations in there, and like, this is a great looking game, but I feel like the gameplay is just like a little bit too slow, a little bit too like just a little bit too slow around the edges. I don't know. What's that? A friend falling down a pit right in front of me? Just gonna pretend I didn't see that and keep going. I know, right? Which is amazing, because I still think Cave Story is one of the best games ever made. But it does do that. It rewards you for being a bad person when, like, the distinct answer would be to go help your friend. Like, it's weird. F-Zero 99. I did not get a clear for this game. I can't believe we got an F-Zero game in 2023. I don't remember what year it was. The little bit I played of this, it wasn't super fleshed out. There's only like 4 or 5 tracks. There's only a few racers. You can kind of give a little bit of control over stuff, but not a lot. I didn't think it was bad, but I don't think it was like great either. To be fair, you did take the guy's only method of escaping the pit. Well, that's true, but it is kind of weird. You think that like you'd want to go down and like help them, but that's not the answer. Yeah, so I don't. Boy, that's an interesting thing to like break down with Cave Story at some point. I'm gonna say Memoir. Memoir Blue is like okay. I think it's a hard one for me to put on this chart. This one's like with an asterisk that I think that the game is like, I think it's a narrative-driven thing. It's somebody telling their story, which I think is far more like important. So like it depends on how engaged you are with like just hearing an interesting story of somebody's experiences. I think just the puzzle end of it could have just been dialed harder. There's not a lot here. It's a very short game. But I'm gonna put it in C tier because I think it's just maybe a little bit more comfortable there for me. The thing with Cave Story is even the non-good ending is still a really good game, in my opinion. Exactly. Like the thing is Cave Story does everything right to such a high degree that even when it does like make a misstep, it's like completely forgivable. A Color Star Guardians. This is a boss rush RPG where you play as gay Power Rangers, and you have to mix and match your crew that you take into each boss fight, to optimally take out 8 robot masters. They're not robot masters, but they're monsters, Power Ranger style monsters that all have different weaknesses, and it's really it's a lot of things. It's a lot of things, but it's actually pretty good. I enjoyed my time with it. It's definitely a game of trial and error. You go in and you mess up, and it's gonna take time to figure out, but solving the puzzle of what crew you take in, what characters you take in, like, is pretty decent. There's some weird like quibbles maybe with the writing by moments. Sometimes it's really funny, sometimes it hits, sometimes it doesn't. There's like 2 stories that you go through, each one which kind of is a redux of the second one, which is kind of a redux of the first one but with fresh plot. But it's also like the better of the 2 stories. Honestly, I had a pretty good time with it. It's not the deepest game, it's not like super elaborate. But but it's like just kind of an interesting RPG style puzzle to solve. I'm willing to put it right about here, maybe. It's a B tier, but it's also like a pretty good B tier. Nothing quite like it, and it's gonna feel like a little bit like kind of weird because it's like this is an RPG, but it's like really about figuring out just exactly which characters and what they do to take into each boss fight. So it's like an RPG that focuses on like choices rather than leveling, but also like kind of visual novel stuff mixed in between areas, sort of, kind of. I don't know, it's interesting. I had a pretty good time with it. It was just the right length. Any longer probably would have started detracting from it, but I enjoyed it. All right. Next up. Oh, here's a big one. Resident Evil 7. This is part of our Halloween lineup. It was kind of the core of our Halloween lineup. This game is the first one to kind of take Resident Evil and rework it into something new, especially apparently after the crash of 6 being just awful. This game, like, keep in mind, I don't do first-person games very much because I get motion sick from them really, really easily. I really like this game. I thought it was really good. It's short, but it's like to the point. I don't feel like it beat around the bush too much. It is kind of linear, but like overall, like okay. And with its shortness, the DLC compensates it because no, this is actually not the one with Giant Mummy. This is the one where you're hanging with the bakers out in Louisiana, and there's mushrooms. I really liked it. I thought it was really good. The characters are interesting. It captures a horror aesthetic that other Resident Evil games kind of don't have. I know a lot of people said that this is like really PT inspired, and you can kind of feel it. It almost feels supernatural by moments, but they science it in a way that kind of makes sense, in my opinion. Like it works within its own like world, I guess, you know. I enjoyed this game a lot. I would say it's probably an S+ for me. And if it was just the base game, it would probably be just an S tier. But the DLC actually is so varied and so good in this game. It just feels like just such a bonus. It's just, I'm not kidding when I called this game. This game is the Kirby Superstar of Resident Evil games. There is so much interesting variety that comes with the DLC, and none of it's super big, none of it's super deep, but it's all just like fun and different, and it's very experimental, and I kind of like that. Jack can be a giant mummy. Well, that's true. Yeah. So it's like it's pretty good. I was impressed, and this comes from somebody that was like, why wouldn't they just do more stuff like 2 or 4? Is legit one of the best DLC offerings in any game I can think of, right? I'm blown away. Initially, I was like, do I want to put money into like DLC for this before, like, you know? And no, it was worth every penny. The DLC delivers like wholeheartedly. I will say be very careful though buying the DLC on Steam. I noticed that there is like a weird doubling up where if you try to buy like the bundle, they're like throwing a thing in that like you get from another thing. Just be really specific when you look at it, because like they try to charge you a little bit more. It's a little bit snaky, but I'd have to like look at it again to figure it out. It was like maybe tied to like the sale somehow or something. And it might be related to like the gold pack for Resident Evil 7 and 8. I'd have to look at it again, but just make sure you're careful looking at the DLC for this. It is very good though. It is very good DLC. They have an escape room. They have the first piece of DLC is like a prequel, which is honestly just feels like a packed in demo. It's definitely the weakest offering in the DLC, but they have a cool escape room. They have a cool basement survival mode, which is pretty neat, which is kind of tower defense-ish, sort of. They have a card game a roguelike card game, blackjack card game mixed in, which is really interesting, which is also still survival horror somehow. And then they have fucking Joe Baker's boxing, Joe Baker's Punch Out. And then they also have Chris's story. There's like a lot going on in this DLC. It really it elevates the game. Like, it really does elevate the game as a whole. It's worth getting. The base game is really good too, but like I think like the DLC really does bring it up. Returnal. Returnal is a action roguelite. It is probably the highest budget action roguelite I've ever played. It's done by the same studio that did Super Stardust HD and what else? Super Stardust HD and Outland. Did they do? Yeah, they did Outland. What else did they do? House Marquee. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the other game. It's a shoot 'em up that's on a big cylinder. Can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. My brain. No wonder my brain's mush. I'm playing too many games. I'm playing too many video games. Let me just like take a look. Do they just not make a list of their games? Resogun. That's another game that I know them for. Although apparently they've had like 3 games since Resogun and 3 games between Resogun and Returnal. Are you serious? I had no idea. Well, I'm gonna have to look into that. Actually, yeah, next when I do eventually get my PS4 back, we'll probably play next Mechina. Your ability to keep a coherent opinion of all of these suggests your brain works pretty well. Okay. Thank you. I'm glad it's coherent. I worry that I just ramble and everybody's just like, damn, look at this girl go. And it's like hard to look away because she just doesn't stop. That's what I worry. Anyways, Returnal. AAA roguelite, high budget, interesting story. You're an astronaut, and is this all the games? This is gonna be all the games, yeah, that I played this year. You're an astronaut that finds herself on a cursed planet, and you keep waking up on this planet again, like over and over, and you got to try and solve the, I guess, kind of mystery of this, and that mystery is solved through the power of guns, and you're going to gun your way till you solve this mystery. It's kind of like other House Marquee games where it does like the kind of it's sort of bullet hell. It's almost like Nier, how Nier does bullets too, where it's like these large bullets that you have to like make you 3D platform through waves of them. It's interesting. It feels pretty good overall. It's pretty coherent, pretty stable. Like as far as like the gameplay goes, I do think that there is like minor issues with like you kind of really need to play this game with high cover by moments, or you're always running all the time, every time. Like you gotta run endlessly because you'll get shot. And there is some enemy types which are really obnoxious to deal with. Like you really have to prioritize them right away because they're just so, like they will just destroy you. It's a pretty hard game. It does get easier as you play it because you gradually build up, you level up your gear, and it's a pretty solid roguelite as a whole. I don't feel really strongly about this. Like you can make some interesting synergies, but it does feel like maybe not to the degree of like Enter the Gungeon. More like, damn, look at this girl go, positive loving. Oh, Ardrick. I'm really torn if this is like an S+ for me or if it's just like an S. I know that's like splitting hairs at this point, but like I did not get the true ending in this game. I did do the first full clear though. It does a lot of interesting things, but I do kind of feel like some of the guns in particular are really like, it's like, why would I use these other guns? Because they feel distinctly like worse. And some of the guns have like health back, which kind of, it's like, I would almost never not want health back. And it kind of just eliminates a whole portion of the guns in the game, because like the ones that have potential for health back, those are the ones you prioritize. Shooting, everything else in the game feels pretty good. It flows pretty well. It is ultimately, it's a roguelike. It's a roguelike Metroidvania, technically. Did I finish Pokemon If? I did not finish every single one of the games on this list, I will stress. I did finish I finished the Kanto region, and I'm 2 gym badges away from the end of Johto region. I gotta get back to this. It's been very good, but it's been hard to slot in post October. I've had a hard time getting a beat on when to play it. Returnal in the end, I'm gonna say probably right in around here. I think it's an S+. I think it's pretty dang good. I like it a lot. Okay, here's one I played a little bit on stream, but it was kind of a surprise. Kill Kill If. This is how to put it. It is the Kill Kill fighting game. It was developed by kind of an offshoot of Arc System Works. Arc System Works got the license, but then like didn't have like time, I guess, for it, so they kind of gave their tools to I'm trying to remember the name of the company. They gave their tools to A+ Games, which I don't know a lot about them, but honestly, they kind of, here's the thing about Kill la Kill If. There's a very basic but good fighting game in here. It's pretty much the only 3D movement fighting game from Arc System Works. Arc System Works did oversee it, so you know it does have that going for it. Like I said, it's pretty basic, like, but I think there's actually a pretty good game in here. In particular, there's a mod that fans released called Kill la Kill If Restitched. Restitched elevates this game from like just being kind of like a so-so anime licensed fighter to kind of a pretty decent fighting game as a whole. Like I said, the basic systems, the foundation is kind of in place. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the, yeah. Thank you for the follow. I'm gonna just move that so that's not blocking anything. There we go. Yeah. Hey Tommy, how you doing? Like, it's the weirdest thing because I understand why people weren't crazy about this game. It's accessible in having to get the Kill la Kill follow bump right. I saw that too. It's an absolute shit show. Oh no. Oh no. Well, definitely like take it easy, alright? You're home now. All I'll say about it. Oh, fair. So Kill la Kill If, it's a 3D fighter from Arc System Works, which basically they have no other 3D fighters. It's amazingly accessible. Its combo system, there's no special inputs in this game. It's all just direction plus button. Because it's a 3D fighting game, the directions are usually just like neutral input towards your opponent or away from your opponent. But when you connect with hits, it kind of almost feels like a 2D anime fighter. But like instead of doing like individual button presses, you're doing whole combo strings oftentimes with like a single input. And it's about like matching those combo strings together in ways that give you good enders. And like the thing is on like a technical level, this game does work. It has an RPS system, not to the same degree that fucking Melty Blood does, but it's a simplistic RPS system that does not negate neutral like Melty Blood does. But like, it's kind of, I mean, I'll say one thing, I like it a lot more than Melty Blood. And like I said, the restitched mod for this game, pretty decent. If you're looking for like an odd like gem of a Arc System Works fighter that a lot of people might not have played or might not know about, and you don't mind Kill la Kill's aesthetic, this is a pretty good game. I would recommend it. Restitch actually adds 4 characters back into the game, which is also pretty cool because there's 4 characters in story mode that are not playable outside story mode. I assume if the game had did better, that would have been like probably pretty obvious DLC. And on top of that, they balance the game. They fix some like kind of issues with the balance that help. The biggest thing that people might not like about this game is probably that it has an actual RPS engaging mechanic where you hit somebody with what's essentially like a focus attack, like from Street Fighter. It engages a rock, paper, scissors thing where your characters are basically like calling each other out, and you have to pick like a kind of call out and a response, which is basically rock, paper, scissors, which if you succeed, you will get different benefits based on the option you pick, which is health, attack up, or something. And if you do this multiple times, you can do an instant kill. I actually like this game a lot more. Soul Calibur does it too, yeah. Like the thing is like when I actually look at this game and played it through and gave it a little bit more time, I kind of liked it a lot. It's not perfect, don't get me wrong. It's definitely not like the same caliber game that you'd expect with like fucking Guilty Gear and Blaze Blue. It's not that same caliber, but there is like a pretty decent little fighter here. Especially one that kind of capitalizes on something that those other 2 games don't, which is 3D movement. There's a 3D neutral to it, there's dashing in, there's like deflecting projectiles on dash. Like there's earmarks of even like Dragon Ball FighterZ in this game because of those kind of mechanics. It's like, I think the game is roughly like $4 on Steam right now. It's kind of at least worth that if you like Kill la Kill. And if you're interested in like weird gem fighters to throw in with friends, it might be worth the time. Once again, if you don't mind the Kill la Kill aesthetic. I'm gonna actually put it probably pretty high up here. I think it's probably a pretty solid B tier, although I feel like if I played this game with a few people, I'd probably have a good beat on how much I like it, but it's just like a single player experience and just kind of like chewing on the mechanics a little bit. I will say the single player offerings are pretty sparse. The story mode is okay. It's unique to the game. That's what the whole Kill la Kill if is. It's unique to the game, but it's not necessarily something that I would be like, oh no, I missed out on the story. It's okay. The characters animate well, the voice work is top shelf, everything else is kind of in place. It's a shame that this game just came out way too late. It had to come out back when Kill la Kill first was like actually airing instead of like 4 years after the fact. Might have did better. But I know that like the number one thing that probably chewed this brought this game down was the fact that people were really wanting it to be a 2D fighter. And had it been a 2D fighter, it probably would have did better ultimately. But it's still a pretty good game for what it is if you can look beyond some of those shortcomings. Okay, 20 Minutes Till Dawn. 20 Minutes Till Dawn is another survival roguelite. I generally like the game. I feel like it's a little bit dry. It does not have the characters of Hollow Cure, but the characters are all pretty unique in this game. But they're unique in a way that you can take in the same weapons per characters, but it's like the weapons synergize a little bit per character differently. I'm gonna say, honestly, I don't have a lot to say about 20 Minutes Till Dawn. It's good, but it's there's other survival roguelites that kind of like just a little bit more. It seems abundantly fair, at least to the depth I've played into it, but I could see this game getting very hard. I'm gonna put it probably B tier. I like it a little. Hollow Cure is just so much more colorful and energetic, and I love the references in this. and it just has like, it's just fun. 20 Minutes Till Dawn is very aesthetically nice, but I find myself going for the same builds a lot. It's just like, oh, I like electricity because electricity, like, you hit one enemy and it spreads out to a few more enemies. The things that work well in this game, there's very little stopping you from just doing it over and over again, I think, which is like, that's an argument to be made for most survival roguelites nowadays, but it's like, it's still something that, like, I feel like it's noticeable in 20 Minutes Till Dawn a little bit more than what it is in a lot of games. Swallow the Sea. You're a weird little fish baby that's under the ocean, and you have to go hatch and start living your life. But life is hard, but you fly away on a kite, which for some reason they cut that ending, and I think they should have kept that ending in. I don't think it's particularly hard. It's a free-to-play game. It's just a free download. More narrative-driven, I guess, but not really. It's kind of horror-focused. It's one of the games we played during Halloween lineup. Kind of a horror one-off, I guess, if you will. It's okay. I think it's probably like in round D. It's not really long enough to have strong feelings about. What it does is you're an orb, you just kind of navigate your way through sections and try not to get eaten. That's the gist of it. In that way, it kind of almost feels a lot like Lost Egg, but it's 2D. I'm gonna put it in D tier. I didn't hate it, but it also didn't like, I didn't feel compelled by it, if you know what I mean. Alright, so that's everything we've loaded in. We're getting down there though. We're in October at this point. Okay, next up is Iron Lung. Okay, Iron Lung was in, hey, as long as it works, that one guy from Fist of the North Star right before he got exploded. That's a good guy to quote. He knew what was up. Iron Lung, another one-off horror game we played this year. You're underwater in a submarine and you are basically navigating blind. You don't have any, you have like a sonar map that you can kind of like, you ping and it gives you the map and kind of roughly where you are. And well, and you have coordinates to work out roughly where you are on that map. I actually thought it was really, really like engaging. Maybe I just like really like submarines. I kind of like submarines. They're kind of cool. And you're working your way in the sea of blood on an alien planet, which is an interesting premise in itself. I think that didn't Markiplier make a film? Yes, Markiplier is making a film based on this game, and all the more power to him. There's not like, beyond like your single playthrough, it's kind of like, it is very firmly a one-off, but it's a pretty good one-off. The atmosphere is perfect. There's a little bit of a like nuance of like, you find out that you're maybe not the only person to have been sent to this planet in this sub under the ocean, looking for resources because humanity's running out of resources. The premise of the game is almost better than the game itself, honestly. But like exploring underwater and navigating your way around and learning how to like navigate the sub around was very, very fun. I actually enjoyed it a lot. I'm willing to put Iron Lung probably right up around here with Superliminal. I think I actually enjoyed it probably more than Superliminal. I enjoyed it more than Cake Boy, probably. Yeah, in around here, I think. It's a one-off that also happens to leave an impression, leaves you wondering about its setting, which opens the door for other projects in the future with the same setting. Yeah, agreed. Iron Lung is pretty good. It's probably worth a person's time if you enjoy horror games and want like a nice one-off. It's not very long. It's pretty short ultimately, but it's good. Okay, so next up is Inside. Inside is done by the same developer as Limbo, and I liked it a lot more than Limbo. You're just a little kid that is trying to survive in a weird fucking world where there's like parasitic brain things to make zombies. I don't know. There's a very weird like background story being told like through the environment. I don't know if I understood all of it entirely, but he's just a little guy. Yeah. I like this game better than Limbo. I think that the puzzles were a little bit more engaging and it's a little bit less cruel than Limbo. But the biggest problem with Inside is they introduce you to a mechanic in the last like quarter of the game. Not even the last quarter, like the last 20% of the game, they introduce you to a mechanic that should have been the mechanic like from the first 20% onwards. It's so good. It's such a good, weird little like twist. And I love it, but it's just a shame it wasn't introduced earlier. If it was introduced earlier, I would have been like over the moon about the game. But the fact that it was like so late in the game's like cycle, it just left me feeling a little bit weird after the fact, but I did enjoy my playthrough of it. It is a game that's probably worth people's time. Really the best part of the game for me was the mystery aspect, despite not really, yeah, they don't really answer any of the questions. And if anything, like if you get the true ending, it brings up more questions. It's a thematically dense story with about a little guy. Yeah, it kind of is. Like maybe top of B tier, maybe. I don't know, like, on one hand, I don't feel like the puzzles push me particularly, like, I don't know if they engaged me as much as yes, when the game, massive spoiler, yes. It's a pretty good horror game, once again, nice one-shot, but like I said, there is a good idea in there that comes, like, a little bit too late in the game. I'm gonna say probably actually put it right next to Iron Lung. In around here, maybe. I think it's like, I think it's maybe better than a B tier, but like, the one thing that bothers me about the game does really bother me about the game. I play games to be immersed with how the experience, and it did that for me at the very least, yeah. And once again, B tier for me are not bad games. They're very good games. So like, take that with a grain of salt. If you feel like B tier is not giving the game the justice it deserves, because I did like the game a lot. Alright, next up is another game that got, technically I think it's fully released this year. I might be wrong about that. I don't know if it's still in early access or not. I'm gonna just check that right quick. I think it's still in early access if I'm not mistaken. It is, but it's kind of like, it's one of those early accesses that just hangs on. It has an active achievement list. As far as I'm concerned, your game is released once the achievement list is out. You've pulled the trigger, you've shot your starting pistol at that point, so the game is out as far as I'm concerned. I'm not giving it the luxury of being in early access. And it's been around for a while to polish it up. But once again, I don't know how I can like put this, I don't know how I can rate this one, because it's like, the game is fundamentally finished. It's just they're adding stuff and changing things all the time. Like, is it a release for this year? I don't know. Well, I guess that's where you have to fucking make a decision, Phasmophobia. Phasmophobia, I like it. It's a co-op ghost solving mystery game, really, where you go into a place because you're Ghostbusters and you use your cool ghost gear to try and figure out what the ghost is by figuring out the different things that ghosts do. But don't get got, because the ghosts want to got you, and if you get got, you're dead. So don't get got. So that's Phasmophobia. I like it because it's a way to have, like, you're playing a mystery game where it's kind of almost in the same family of games as like Among Us. It's like a deduction game, kind of like Deceiving, actually. But you're getting to play against the computer, and it's nice to be able to play on a team with your friends to solve a mystery. Sometimes this game can be very slow because the ghosts just don't want to cooperate, or they're just miserable, or you're just really offbeat. In those cases, the game doesn't feel great, but what does family-friendly mode do? I don't swear family-friendly mode is running. If I swear, you get a free hat roll. Oh my god, did I do my premium? Holy shit, Tex, I am so sorry. Yeah. I think I forgot my premium. Sorry about that. Yeah. I'll roll you a hat just because I was late, Tex. Here, let me roll you a hat. I will roll you hat. Yeah. What is it gonna be? I've rolled you a sandwich. Would you like sandwich hat? 2 for 1 special. I got really focused on talking. Where is my hat? Sandwich hat. Sandwich hat. Where is it? Oh, it's 9. Wow. Really. I can't say I'm flying through this, but I feel like time is flying, so I guess it's a good thing, right? Oh, where is my sandwich hat? There we go. There's my sandwich hat. Alright. So... okay. Phasmophobia. But when the ghosts do cooperate and you do have a good run in this game, it does feel really good. It is very fun. There's nothing that's quite like it that scratches that itch. I'm willing to put Phasmophobia up in S tier. I like the game quite a bit. As a single player experience, it's a little bit rougher, but it's just like a different like nuance, a different approach to it. Be back in 10 minutes. All right, Tommy, you have a safe drive. Okay. Go to this sandwich on our head. Tex, I'm sorry, I missed your premium. Here. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. I rolled you a sandwich. Yeah, for being late on it. Alright, so Phasmophobia, pretty good. I wish I knew if it was released this year or not. Here's a game that was released this year. I think it was released this year. I actually don't know if it was released this year now that I say that. Dredge. What year did fucking Dredge come out? I don't know the answer to this. Dredge. Dredge came out March. Okay, March this year. Okay. Dredge, you're on a boat and you're trying to collect up pieces of I guess like a book. I forget exactly how it goes. You're collecting up cursed relics from a shipwreck. And there's a mystery, and the mystery it's pretty decent. I kind of had a feeling what the mystery was gonna be, but then it was like, oh, it still ended up surprising me. But you're basically on a fishing boat. You go around, you fish, and you catch eldritch horrors from under the ocean along with your fish, and it's kind of a boat maintenance game where you're just kind of like maintaining your boat, maintaining your gear, refilling things. It's a management game. It's pretty good overall. Each island you go to and explore has a little mini narrative that you kind of do and solve, and they all play out a little, like they have a interesting little bend to them, a kind of unique like mechanic going on. One area you're like collecting like pieces of a trap thing that you're setting up to catch weird fish, and then there's another one that's like a sound thing that you have to trigger to keep a large fish away. Red Dredge good. When the DLC came out, I was like, nah. Yeah, I don't feel super inclined to get the DLC for the game. It's like, okay, but it does just feel like the DLC is gonna be just the 5th area that kind of just... it doesn't like... the puzzles and things in the game doesn't like... It's like good. Yes, there was DLC that just came out actually in November, I believe. I believe you're going to like an Arctic area, which makes sense. Like, Dredge is kind of in a weird spot where I kind of wish that they dialed the like boat simulation aspects a little bit harder. There's inventory management with like space on your boat, and there's like a little bit back and forth of like I gotta take my fish in to sell them to buy a thing, etc., etc. But you're also cataloging all the fish you get and all that stuff, and you're working your way around the map, and there's a little bit of like compass navigation of, maybe not compass navigation, but like a navigation element of navigating your way around. Well, of course, avoiding eldritch horrors and also not staying out too late, because as nightfall happens, the cursed things come out. I think because like the game is meant to be like scary at night and everything like that, but they make the game almost unplayable at night, you end up not really experiencing a lot of that if you're playing well. It's only if you push your luck that you end up dealing with like the night monsters. And because dealing with those often result in your boat getting eaten, you don't want to do that. So the horror aspects of the game actually feel tamer than probably what the game thinks it is, because they think that you're gonna be out after night running into these eldritch horrors, losing your mind. And I'm like, nah, I actually am just gonna go home now, bye. And so there's kind of a weird like the counterplay to the mechanics is really straightforward in this game. I think it's a very good B tier game. I think it's very much in B tier. I don't think like a deeper game that like pushes harder might have reached A, but it's just solid. It's also a very good chill vibes game. It's very easy just to vibe with this game. It's yeah. Spark on Sparkle's kind of a no. This one's still a mystery. I'm gonna put it like maybe here. Maybe down here a little bit. Plus the night thing, once you get the really good lights, it stops being a thing. It absolutely does. There's a lot of things you get in this game that kind of negate that the negative things in it that are meant to like kind of spook you. So eerie vibes, but not necessarily strong horror vibes. So that's kind of, I guess, a little bit of where it's at. I liked my time with Dredge, but I also feel like I had enough Dredge by the end of Dredge. So kind of, it is what it is. The DLC might be really good for people that really enjoyed the game. It's there. Okay. This is TV, not the full game. This is TV Special Mission, a free-to-play demo version of the game, which gives you a couple bosses, and it's meant to be a demo to let you try out the game, but it also has its own achievement list, so it's meant to be kind of its own standalone thing. TV's done by the same dev that made Rabby Ribby, which is a pretty good Metroidvania bullet hell platformer, which has cool boss fights, but also is a little bit slimy, and it's weirdly horny, and I don't really like that aspect of it. Tivy seems like it's less horny, and that's probably to its benefit. It's pretty cute. The dialogue seems like it might have some Disgaea-esque banter. It's very hard, but probably not as hard as Rabby Ribby. But it looks pretty cool from what I played, and I'm reviewing it entirely on the special mission demo. I'm reviewing that. I'm not reviewing the full game, so I can't speak about the full game. The full game might be different. Is that the Metroidvania where you steal panties? No, that was Gal Guardians. And don't judge me for putting it this high up. The core game is pretty good. It's a good integrates classic Vania. It's just not as good as Bloodstained Curse of the Moon. I wish it had more Bloodstained Curse of the Moon. I can't believe I'm god damn this game. It was actually fun, but it's just like if you have to kind of acclimate to that. You have to have a certain like level of just like, this is stupid, but the gameplay's good. Integrators can make a good game, they just also make Galgun, I know, right, Tara? That's the problem. And Gal Guardians, it doesn't beat the allegations, but it also is an okay game. But Tivy, we gotta get back to Tivy Special Mission. It's just enough of a flavor of something to feel pretty good. I think this game has a problem with giving you too much information. There's an abundance of information that give you every item you pick up. There's a bajillion items in this game, but they're all like, and all the abilities are just like, this gives you plus 2 seconds of additional roll time if you do a roll after doing a hammer slam. And it's like, this is such a nuanced thing. Who is gonna know? I mean, there's gonna be like mathematicians out there that calculate how good that all is, but it's like, it's almost like too nuanced. I get a cool thing, I'm like, cool thing, and then I read the description and I'm just like, I'm not a scientist. I don't know if this is good. I'm gonna say probably right in the middle of B tier. I think it's pretty okay. There's a pretty cool game in there. Its Metroidvania platforming is a little bit straightforward, but it's okay. The bosses are definitely where this game kind of tries. It's it's like it's okay. The bosses are where it shines. Yeah, Cass, welcome back. How you doing? A certain level of moral abandonment. Yeah, that's very true with Gal Guardians. It's very, very true. But I'm like, if you can just accept the fact that the game is cheeky, cheeky about panties, like it kind of has like that Disgaea energy to it by moments. But I'm not entirely convinced that it's not gross, if that makes sense. I'm doing great. I need to try many of these games, except the slime. Embrace the slime. Cheeky because of butts. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of good games we played this year. And speaking of games we played this year, here is another major release this year. This game was long awaited. I waited for this game for ages, and it finally got released. Of course, this is, you know, the developer was going through a hard time, so I completely get that, and I'm glad that they took their time rather than force out a release that they weren't like, you know. I'm glad the developer took their time. This guy peaked in 1 when you could steal the horse tongue off the boss and use as a weapon. Yes, like Gal Guardians at its best, at its like when I give it the most credit, is kind of like that energy. But ultimately I know that it's not that. It's very much collect the schoolgirl panties, and it's just like, oh, Gal Guardians, why you gotta be like this? Why you gotta be like this? Okay, but we're not talking about Gal Guardians right now. We will probably again in the future, but fuck. God, fucking Gal Guardians. Like, oh, it irritates me that it's in A rank because it was actually a good game. It's actually a good classic Vania. Alright, but World of Horror. Okay, World of Horror is a very interesting game, and I could talk a lot about this game. This game is a visual novel roguelite that's in the style of Junji Ito. You are tasked with solving a series of mysterious, eerie cases that how to put it? There's like an eldritch horror, and you have to stop it by solving these cases. And these mysteries, you have to figure out the ins and outs of how best to solve them and find those solutions. But you're also playing against the clock because the eldritch horrors are gaining ground, and you're basically playing in the end, like, it is a visual. I can't say it's a visual novel because it's not outright a visual novel. It's like a choose your own path adventure book. If the book was a card game where you're kind of playing against the clock, if that makes sense. World of Horror has a lot of really cool ideas. It is one of my favorite games I played this year, but I will not deny this game is inherently flawed. There is big flaws with this game. And I 100% think somebody's gonna take this game, whether it's the same developer and they do a sequel or something like that. Somebody's gonna take the concept that this game built, the foundation this game built, and they're gonna build a game that is gonna like absolutely like hit it out of the park. As much as I love World of Horror, I don't think it hits it out of the park in the way that like it carries itself. I think that World of Horror, it's a flawed game, but what it does is so uniquely its own thing. It's hard not to deny the importance of this game. It is, I think, kind of an important game. It's probably like, it might even be a genre starter in much the way Slay the Spire was. But it's, or even like Resident Evil 4 way back in the day. Like there's room for this game to be a genre starter, but I think that its flaws drag it down really hard. I think once you figure out the cases and how to solve them, there's very little incentive to solve them in a different way, because you'll know what the best ending is for the case. So as a roguelite, you tend to play through it in the same style a lot. Once you figure out the game, it becomes a solved game, if that makes sense. And once it becomes a solved game, it becomes like less engaging, because the core mechanics of the game are not necessarily the strongest. This game is at its strongest when you're first playing it and you don't know anything, and everything's a little bit of a mystery. And a lot of the fun of this game is just seeing the different paths and playing out the mysteries in different ways. And that's still valid. That's enjoyable. That's really fun. It's a really fun aspect of this game. But when you treat this game as a roguelite, the RNG is not strong enough in this game to make you diversify your playstyles. Once I figured out that like one of the best things you can do going in is get your money, buy your weapon, and then fucking go to town. I fucking love buying the Carpenter Hammer, and then I don't fear anything anymore. I have the fucking Carpenter Hammer. I'm going at this like full tilt. I was gonna say going like this like Old Boy, but that's a reference I probably did. I don't know enough about Old Boy to make that reference. I just know that he has a hammer and he clears out a hallway with it. That's the most I know about Old Boy. But like, anyways, the point is it's like World of Horror. Once you start figuring out how to play this game, there's no RNG going on really. Like there is a little bit, and you can get. No, that's accurate. Okay. Like. There's moments where the RNG can be really mean to you, but like you also don't have enough control over things to ultimately like deter bad RNG. So you're in a weird nuance where it's figured out, but then you're both like you're hedging your bets to the highest degree that you can succeed, but like if you do get like really bad RNG, there's not a lot you can do to bring it back from that. Not that I haven't brought back some really shaky runs at the last moment, which has been pretty cool, but it really does feel like it was just like a 50-50 by the end of it, where it's just like I did everything I could and it worked out, but boy, it might not have worked out. I don't know. I think World of Horror, really amazing game, really flawed. And that's like, this is a game I really liked, and I do think it's a Game of the Year contender even then. It's a lot in the same boat as Signalis. There's a really blatant flaw in this game, and a really blatant flaw in this game, but they're still like really good, important games, and they're still like this was one of the best games I played in 2022. This is one of the best games I played in 2023. Remember the run where you sank like half your health into something truly evil and still somehow won, right? Like, and the thing is that's amazing about World of Horror is you'll start this game and you'll be like, the RNG is too strong. Like, you'll initially feel like the RNG is too much in this game, but as you play it, you realize like you have a lot of control in certain capacities. Once you have like the first half of the solution to this game, it becomes far more controllable. But at the same time, like there's moments where it also kind of doesn't. I don't know, it's weird. I guess what I would say is like the control you have is flippant in the game, and it's sometimes hard. It's sometimes it goes from being something that like everything is fine to nothing. How am I gonna survive this? Like in just a couple events. Like it can get really dire really fast. I don't know. The game also passively becomes easier as because you unlock things. The achievement list in this game is vital because you unlock things tied to the achievements, and that is a really good achievement list, but it also isn't an achievement list that works on Steam yet. I guess on other platforms, the achievements actually give you achievements, but neither here nor there. I got all the achievements in this game. I did 100% this game in the end. So it was good. It was a good ride, but it's also, like I said, I feel like there is like flaws. There's a better balance there. My running theory of like being somebody that played this game for 100 hours is I feel like this game needs more items that you get just through events. I think that would make a more interesting game, and it would make you play it in a more dynamic fashion. Instead, a lot of the items are just in the shop. And because they're just in the shop, it just becomes a game of how do I make a couple bucks to buy a hammer. And I'm not saying the entire game is like played out because of that, but I'm saying that it does make the game a lot easier, and it does feel kind of more solved by that point. All right. Okay, next up is Penko Park. Penko Park is Pokemon Snap with cryptids. Aw, thank you, Tommy. It's Pokemon Snap with cryptids. That's a fun concept. I like it. I don't know if I'm really like 100% about the like storybook paper cutout stylings of the game, but kind of like some weird PS1 energy, which is kind of a thing. I love those little freaks so much, right? There's some fun designs in this, but it's a pretty simple game. It's a pretty short game. It's, once again, it's kind of a nice one-off game. I don't know, there's like a gameplay puzzle element where they give you tools to use, and certain tools in certain situations cause certain things, and you gotta take pictures of like all the monsters in different like emotional states, and their emotional states sometimes vary. Sometimes it's like you throw food at them or whatever and they enjoy that, or I don't know, there's like I don't remember what it is, but in my head it's like a boxing glove on a spring. And it's like, oh, this one doesn't like it when you hit it with a boxing glove on a spring. There's also a flute. There's like a bunch of little tools that you use at different points, and the game does a pretty good job queuing you up as to what you need to use at a given moment and cluing you into it. But also, it is a game where you do a lot of runs back to back just to do like kind of a single thing, because you might not have. There's just no policing people. It's cute. It's a cute game, but it's a very like simplistic game, but it's fun. I think it's a B tier, but it's maybe not like a high B tier. It's probably like more in around here in the B tier. Cute game. It's good cryptid atmosphere vibe, good cryptid vibes. It's pretty okay. Alright, Liza P. Oh my god, Liza P. We haven't fucking talked about Liza P. Oh my god, Liza P. Liza P. So this game, oh my god, Jesus. Oh my god, this game is like so much. Liza P. So Liza P is the Soulsborne that could. It is from a developer, Round 8 from Korea, South Korea. And I guess this was like their last ditch effort. They blew all their cash on making an unsuccessful MMO and an unsuccessful gacha game. So they were like, okay, well, this is all we got left, and let's just go make the game that we want to make. And they made fucking Liza P, and this game is maybe the best Soulsborne game that is not from Software. It's a little bit different than something like Neo, but like it was a whole Final Fantasy 1 situation. It was the last gambit, and boy did they fucking hit this game out of the park. This game is Pinocchio Bloodborne, and that pitch alone, it sounds like how is this game gonna be good? It was such a weird pitch. Even I rolled my eyes, and I was like, okay, sure, do it, whatever you're gonna do. Give it a shot. They hit this game out of the park so hard. This fucking game slaps. It's a really good Soulsborne game. It's got loads of character. The world is interesting. It's got like, it wears a lot of its references on the sleeve. It references Bloodborne a lot. It has like elements of like aesthetically kind of like a BioShock vibe by moments. A Nier Automata vibe by moments. You're a puppet. You're a puppet, but there's automatons. It's in automatons. They run on a interesting fuel that it's like, oh, it's maybe souls. Who knows? But it's like there's like a lot going on in this game, and it turns out that Pinocchio Bloodborne turns out to be good enough to guarantee people will try it and remember it. that's pretty much it. Yeah, like this game like does a lot of things, and it does almost all of them well. The combat is good. It's maybe more Sekiro than it's a little bit more Sekiro than Dark Souls. Real big emphasis on parrying, but like it's not like Sekiro where you can just like rhythm game it out. Your parries do have to be precise. It has an interesting weapon system where you're breaking weapons apart to fuse like handles with blades. And the mixing and matching of handles and blades system is something that was absolutely something that From Software probably never even attempt or try. And they just make it the most interesting system in this. I was changing weapons every boss because they're giving me a new weapon that was interesting after every boss. I mean, like, in Soulsborne games, it's very rare to change your weapon after you've made a decision. Like, you might change your weapon once or twice in a run. I changed my weapon like 8-9 times in this game. Whether that was breaking weapons apart or trying some of the unique kind of hunter trick weapon style weapons that the bosses give you. This game does both. It has all kinds of things. You have your mechanical arm, which kind of has a little bit of like a Sekiro vibe to it. There's a lot of different variants. There's a fair amount of variants of arms. So you can adjust your playstyle a little bit, but you're still basically, it is definitely an in-style fighting. You're in against the boss. You can't really range this. It's not like Dark Souls where you can make a magic build. You are going to be like up and in the boss's face, throwing down. The game's story is good, and it has the best weapon sharpening. It has the best weapon sharpening in the business. You just you're a puppet, right? You're a robot, basically. You just like hold the blade up to a grinder that's in your elbow, and you sit there and watch the sparks fly off your weapon as you sharpen it. The sharpening is easily the best in any Soulsborne game, no question. Like, the elbow grinder is so cool. It turns sharpening, something that typically, honestly, most Soulsborne games kind of struggle with. Like, they did it one way in Dark Souls 1, they did it a different way in Dark Souls 2, they went back in Dark Souls 1, they did it, like, a different way in Bloodborne. They've never been able to... From Software has not been able to make a consistent sharpening mechanic that was actually engaging. And this game does it flawlessly, because they make the sharpening something you have to do at some point in boss fights. And when they do it, they give you the capacity to move while doing it, but, like, you're slowed down, so you have to make that judgment. Do I sharpen now while the boss has left me an opening? Or do I, like, wait for another moment and maybe run my blade a little hot? Sharpening is usually bad. P made it look awesome. They made it look awesome. They made it a core gameplay thing because you can just do it for free. But the cost is time. It has maybe more in common with Monster Hunter sharpening than it does, like, Soulsborne sharpening. And it's the smartest fucking system I've seen in a while. But this game is just littered with smart systems. There's a cool system where, like, like, the weapon systems are all cool. They have unique abilities, and you're mixing and matching the blades and handles to kind of utilize those abilities in different ways. I took, like, the butcher knife handle and put it on my bandsaw that I was using, and that ended up being my weapon of the game in the end after, like, 9 mixes and matches. But, like, putting that ability on a saw that was that big was really good. But at the same time, I also found a really cool long weapon that I mixed and matched with a different handle. It's all really cool. There's an element of lying in the game, and there's this whole through line of that lying is something that's inherently human, and your humanity is kind of dictated a little bit by the lies you make in the game. And oftentimes you're making choices where it's like, I'm lying to be kind. Like, there's an interesting narrative going on where it's like, it's conveying that not all lies are malicious, but also, like, there's an inherent human trait to it because they're very situational, but, like, you're raising truth as a concept indeed. And there's so much going on in this game, and it does it all amazingly well. The storyline is more front and center than From Software stuff. It's not conveyed through lore. You experience the things mostly up front. So there's more story beats going on in front of your eyes, a little bit more cinematics going on. Never enough to slow the game down or make the game drag. You're still very much like kind of, you have a lot of nameless protagonist energy, so it's never like too much. If anything, it almost has more in common with like Cave Story, with how your character is kind of, you realize your character through the narrative, but it's not necessarily something that they're like your character's making decisions or whatever. Happy New Year's, Vento! Happy New Year's! Once again, Happy New Year's, everybody! I don't know if there's anywhere that hasn't rolled over now. I think for most places it's the 1st or the 2nd. I think we've hit, I think everybody's fully made it into 2024 at this point. Every time zone. Trying to humanize lying is not good or evil sort of thing reminds me of a different game I've played. Well, that's the thing that's interesting about this. It's not morally a good or evil thing, lying in this, because oftentimes lying is like a good thing. And sometimes it's a bad thing. They made like a morality system that actually feels maybe more, it's more human than most morality systems in most games. Because like, even though the choice is almost always that you want to lie in this game, it's the context that makes it engaging and interesting. Lying is almost always the best thing in this. It is, which is like the funniest thing about it. They give you a choice, but ultimately lying is almost definitively what you want to do at all times in this game. But it's the context of it that makes it engaging to be like, oh, huh. Like that's what makes you stop and think about it, which is, it's an interesting thing. Better than the red choice and blue choice. But like, everything about this game is almost perfect. I love this game. It is absolutely a Game of the Year contender. And I'm willing to say it's definitely in the top running. We're gonna come back to this and I'm gonna like filter these down through, but Liza P was, yeah, fuck Alidoro, agreed. Liza P is such an out of nowhere strong game, like classic. If you like Bloodborne, it is a must play. It is lighter than Bloodborne, but like, I think that like the narrative is still engaging enough, and it's delivered in a different way than From Software. And I guess another thing to stress is this game does not follow the blueprint strictly when it comes to like, it's not just parroting things that From Software does. It does things actively different than From Software oftentimes. And oftentimes it does things to its benefit differently than what From Software would have done. Even things as simple as like, when you die to a boss, it puts the bloodstain outside the boss room. It's just a quality of life. And you know what? Doesn't make the bosses any harder. Doesn't make them any easier. It doesn't change anything because they're just like, you go in and get it anyways. Just put it outside the room. It just removes that initial like curve of like, am I gonna get my souls back? And you know what? I don't think it makes the game any better or worse because of it. It's just different. They did it their own way. They wanted to do it this way, and that's legit. So like, they don't strictly adhere to like From Software's like methods, and because of that, it really does stand out. All right, we are getting down there though now. We're gonna probably fast track a few of these, because some of these I don't have a lot to say. Okay, next up is Kill It With Fire. Do you like spiders? This game gets spiders. It's, I don't even know what to convey. What type of game it is? It's like a puzzle. It's a Find the Thing FPS game. It's kind of a puzzle game. There's a puzzle going on in it. I don't know what genre this game is. It sheds a lot of Dark Souls baggage and reevaluates all the concepts. Exactly. They did not make Liza P like with, you know, they didn't follow the blueprint of what From Software did. They looked at everything and they said, this is good, this maybe we don't like that much. Yeah. It's a horror hidden objective game. That's a good way to put it. I think this game is a solid B for me. Maybe it's better than a C, but it's only like kind of just better than a C. I think the game is okay. It's definitely better than Melty Blood. Poor Melty Blood. This is the metric. This is the metric. It's like I enjoyed my time with it, despite my fact that I have arachnophobia. There's like, it's kind of like, yeah, you go into a stage, you have to find all the spiders and kill as many spiders to reach the quota. You kill enough, you get to open doors, you unlock things that let you kill spiders like potentially easier, or find spiders, you unlock equipment. What is Melty Blood? A visual novel? It is a fighting game, but also a visual novel. It's a fighting game based on a visual novel. So good read on that. Tsukihime, I think, is the visual novel that's based on. It's a fighting game though. Kill of Fire. It's one of those games that's kind of like a nice flavor of something. It's kind of like Penko Park, really, when it comes down to it. It's kind of close to it. It's a little bit more engaging than Penko Park, maybe, for me, but like only just. But I will say there's good beans in this game, whereas these are spiders that jump at you, which I was not a fan of that. I played it knowing, but I played it for y'all's enjoyment. I hope y'all enjoyed it. You better have enjoyed it. I fucking played that game. God damn it. All right, next up. Carry on. It's a meat-based Metroidvania where you're a meat boy and you climb through the vents. It's basically The Thing if you were the Thing in The Thing. It's The Thing the movie if you were the monster from The Thing. Anyway, so you climb through vents and you eat scientists and you give them a hard time. It's not a good day to be a scientist. It's a strangely puzzly game. I will say this is you're a good murder spaghetti. You are. It is absolutely a game that is too long. I think its core concept is pretty good. Who doesn't want to be a cool little gremlin that climbs into vents and eats people, I guess. There's an interesting element of this game where you take damage sometimes. As you progress through the game and gain abilities, you increase in size, but you don't always need the abilities you have when you're big make you more bulking and imposing, and you can fight things easier, but you're also like not small and you can't be tricky when you're big. So oftentimes you're taking damage to reduce yourself from the big size. You're gonna fix yourself down to a small size and then be tricky again. So there's a weird element of like juggling between like your health states to access certain abilities. When you're small, you can shoot spider webs and stuff, whereas when you're big, you can become a spiky boy and just like barrel through things and just punch your way through stuff. It's an interesting concept. It's an interesting game. Like I said, I think it's a little bit too long in the tooth for me personally. I think it's pretty good though. I would say it's definitely an upper B tier game. It's an upper B tier game, probably in around here. My biggest qualm with the game is you get lost very easily in this game. There's no map system really, no meaningful map system that you can read. And you just have to work your way through very convoluted and complex environments. I did eventually do it, but it was a little hard to do. The puzzles aren't super hard. They do dial up a little bit, and there is a couple puzzles that did stump me, but like for the most part, they're at the very end of the game. For the most part, it's an interesting Metroidvania that maybe runs on a little bit too long. But overall, pretty good. Pretty good. I'm just like debating if it should be higher. I'm gonna put it maybe like just a little bit higher, maybe. It's like, the problem is it really does run too long, and when you do get tired in this game, it does feel very exhausting. But it is a good game. Oh my goodness, here's one. Here's a fucking throwback. How do you score fucking Castlevania 1? in 2023? That's what we're gonna decide right now. Castlevania, the original Castlevania. It's honestly an excellent game. I think it's a great platformer. Your movement is strict, but it's like interesting. Every situation has an answer. It gives you tools, and there's a weird nuance and a flow to the game where you're figuring out what sub-weapons you need for what sections of the game that make it most optimal. And it is a very fun game to break down and figure out. There's a reason why it has a bajillion sequels, because the first game is actually really good. And you know what? It's a bajillion times better than Haunted Castle, which is an arcade version of basically the same game. Somehow the arcade version is just worse by a lot. Castlevania, I think, is an S tier game. Like I said, there's a reason why there's a million versions of this game. And it's great because you can practically play it in one sitting, almost. If you're good, you absolutely can, because it's not very long. But it's a good time. I liked Castlevania a lot. Continue to like it a lot to this day. About the only thing I can say that maybe is like rough about it is the last couple stages. Really, it's just the last stage. It's not even, it's actually the second last. Like, it gets a little bit like, just like, it's like the second last stage. It's not even the clock tower, it's the second last stage that kind of gets under my skin a little bit, but like only like just. I think it's an S tier. It's a bottom of S tier, really. And it's a great game for like speedrunning, all that stuff. Like there's lots of cool stuff in this game. It's one of those games that's a classic for a reason, because it's very playable. Like, hard to believe that I'd scored above some of these other games, but I just think it's really good. And I guess like kind of in part like measuring it against the metric of it was an NES game made in like fucking 1986 or whatever. He's back. Hey Blue Wizard, how goes 150 games? We're getting there, we're closing it out. How's things going? What year did Castlevania come out? I think 1988 maybe? Castlevania game. What year? No, I was right, 1986. Okay. So, yeah. But it's a classic for a reason. I think it's really good. Oh, hey, R-Type Leo. Gotta love those Leo bits. The bits in Leo are really good. You're 100% right on that. Okay, here's another one. This is another game I did not finish. It is a visual novel. I'm not really super crazy with visual novels, but this one was the Dead by Daylight visual novel. We did one half of the chunk of it. I didn't want to blow out my vocal cords, so I didn't end up doing any more, but I think it was enough of a flavor that people enjoyed, so I'm okay with that. Hooked on You it's a Dead by Daylight visual novel. Do you want to date the killers? Of course you do. Everybody's horny for those killers in Dead by Daylight. It's true facts. And this game delivers on that, and it's fun, it's silly. It has a weird double narrator structure, which I've never seen. I don't think I've ever seen in a game before, where you have a narrator, you have two narrators, and they seem to be constantly like arguing or having like, you have the ocean, which is one narrator, and then you have the narrator, which is another narrator. And they go back and forth, but then you have the characters, and the characters are pretty well executed. They're fun. The killers are maybe a little bit rough, but like that kind of comes with the territory. Only visual novel series I finished was the detective ones, like Danganronpa and Zero Escape. That's fair. This is absolutely like meant to be like a dating sim visual novel. So, the killers are well. Good pun, right? Thank you for catching that. I kind of wish there's some weird like skill checks in it, which kind of where they put a dial on the screen, you have to hit it within the time span, which makes sense because that's just a reference to Dead by Daylight. It's just a reference to Dead by Daylight. I'm kind of thinking more like maybe B tier, maybe right here-ish. But it's both a parody of a dating sim and an actual dating sim. This combination results in a total mess that has its charms, but also isn't very good, kind of, yeah. I think it was a little bit long in the tooth. I think like a shorter game, I would have enjoyed a little bit more. I would have maybe enjoyed a little bit more. I was expecting to kind of not buzz through it, but like I was expecting to have get more dating in with more killers, and I only really got to date one killer for half the length of the game, and I only got halfway through the game. It was a little bit too long for me. People that like dating sims will probably have a great time with this, I guess. But also, like, yeah, it tries to conjure up its own narrative and really drags itself out. Yeah, it kind of drags, I guess, is ultimately its problem. I don't think it's a bad game. I also will say that it does one thing, which is, I think, let me see if I can find it. It gives Huntress, my favorite character in Dead by Daylight. Oh, wow, that did not load in. Maybe it's just too large. It gives Huntress the best. Oh, it is just very large. We're just gonna go like Control F. Don't that fit me to the screen. Control F. There we go. Gives Huntress the best outfit, and it's very cute, and she's very cute, and I love her. And I wish the dating could have got to the point a little bit faster. Yeah, it's a really cute outfit, and they actually put this outfit back. They put this outfit into Dead by Daylight, but apparently it was a real big to-do because they never modeled her body, so they had to make a whole new body model for her just for this one outfit. Which, good. She deserves it. It's a great outfit. So anyways, oops. I know, right? They set the standards and then they had to, they set their plate and then they had to, like, I don't know, they set the table and had to cook a meal or something. I don't know, there's some kind of saying there. I don't know. Like, they set themselves up and then they kind of end up taking the fall on it. Anyways, hooked on You, cute concept. It's definitely kind of got the energy of like, it kind of has the same sort of energy as The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog, where it's kind of a parody of itself, but whereas The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog was a free game, this game is paid, but it is also, there's a lot there, but I feel like a shorter game would have been more enjoyable. Just because it's a paid game doesn't mean it has to like drag itself out. And I feel like that might have felt that way with it a little bit. Honestly, shorter bursts of dating with more killers would have been a better game. The Murder Sonic Hedgehog also has a lot of love for murder mysteries. It does. And once again, this game is in S tier for me. I was fucking blown away. This is an amazing free offering and a great game. Feels like it sneers at the the genre the entire time. Yes, a little bit. Yeah, I definitely get that. Like it, when it's at its worst, it does feel like it's kind of just like visual novels, haha, and that's not a good feeling for people that are playing a visual novel that they want to enjoy. Nobody wants that. Like the KFC dating sim. Oh, I didn't play that one, but it's a shame that it kind of sneers at the genre. All right, next up is Radiant Silvergun, my favorite shoot 'em up of all time. I don't have a lot to say about this game. It's literally my favorite shoot 'em up of all time. There's no question. It's an S+. Finally getting a re-release after basically being stuck on the 360 for 10 years and, well, yeah, about 10 years. And then being stuck on the Saturn. It is an S+, baby. It absolutely is. Okay, this is a hard placement right here to make because is the best shoot 'em up game of all time, in my opinion, better than the best Pokemon game of all time, in my opinion. This is like the best of its genre. This is the best of its like of its series. It's also a fan game, which is also what blows my mind. Radiant Silvergun is an absolute like, it's an amazing game, but it's also like a heartbreaker. This represents a direction shoot 'em ups could have taken. And it kills me every time when I think about the fact that like this genre decided that like rather than giving you more engaging like tools to interact with like the game, that a better thing to do would be just make more bullets on screen. I know that's kind of a hateful thing to say about bullet hells, but I feel like the pioneering of Resident Evil, Radiant Silvergun outweighs the fan refinement of Pokemon. Yeah, I could see it. The thing is, though, is like, it's pioneering, but nobody took up on it. It's so aggravating. Like, bullet hells are kind of like a spin-off genre of shoot 'em ups. They kind of are, but it's like watching like the best game ever made, and then nobody just makes nobody like looks at it and does anything with that. Everyone took up its sequel. Yeah, Ikaruga, which Ikaruga is really good, don't get me wrong. Ikaruga is excellent, a very good game, but it's like Radiant Silvergun. Radiant Silvergun's biggest problem is that it's just not available. Like, it came out on the Saturn, which like basically nobody owned. Not calling people that owned a Saturn nobody, but like I remember when the Saturn came out and I could not find a Saturn. I remember seeing a Saturn for sale once in a store. Like, to me it's like the missing link of Sega systems. It just doesn't exist. I don't know where these games were for sale. I don't know if I ever saw Saturn. Like, every game on the Saturn is just amazing. It's just rare. It's incredibly hard to find Saturn games. Chichin, how you doing? Happy New Year's. Need to be far more available. It really did. Like, this is one of the best games you've never played. Like, the gist of the core, at its core, Radiant Silvergun gives you like 8 different tools to engage taking out your enemies. Each tool is incredibly unique and very specific. Radiant Silvergun actually has a lot in common with Castlevania, because like in Castlevania, it's a lot of times about looking at a situation and looking at what sub-weapon is going to be like optimal for that situation. The difference is Radiant Silvergun says, what if you had every sub-weapon? And it was up to you to accurately look at the situation you're being engaged with and know which weapon to use and figure it out and to explore it. Peak YouTube title hours. Getting wrecked by PlayStation did not help. Yeah, the poor Saturn. I feel bad because there's a lot of games that are really good on the Saturn. And even I haven't played a lot of them because they're just hard to access. Well, finally, Radiant Silvergun is on the Switch, it's on Steam, I think it's on other platforms too. Absolutely, if you like shoot 'em ups, even if you don't like shoot 'em ups, if you find this game on a good sale price, consider grabbing it. It's very good. So I'm gonna put it right here for now. It is the best. It is, in my opinion, the best shoot 'em up, and I don't think there's much that like compares to it. All right. Next up is one that we've been currently playing a lot on stream, and hopefully we'll probably beat it soon. Backpack Hero. It's worth grabbing on the Switch. Okay, good. Good to know that. What are the F tiers? The F tiers are Haunted Castle, Overwhelm, 8-Bit Bayonetta, and King of Monsters 2, which, talking about this game actually gave me PTSD. I was like sitting here and I'm like, I feel like somebody hit me in the center of the head with a hammer. Like, I actually start feeling a migraine coming on, thinking about this game. They all have very specific reasons why they're in F tier. King of Monsters 2 looks so ridiculously frustrating to play. I don't know. I don't even know how I did it. I think I blacked out at some point, and I don't remember any. I do remember. I remember the trauma. Okay, Backpack Hero. It is a roguelite with the focus on inventory management. Do you like the inventory management in Resident Evil 4? You might like Backpack Hero, because that's the whole focal point of the game. This is a fun little roguelite. I think that it's strangely maybe a little bit too, I mean, I'm still playing through this game, but I do feel like it has a little bit of the same problem that like World of Horror has, where like you can figure there's an answer in this game. You can like, whereas World of Horror has like a single answer that eventually like you figure out, and then like you can just kind of address every playthrough with that answer, no matter what character you're playing, everything. Backpack Hero, each character plays pretty unique, but like the same kind of setups are pretty good across the board, and you can kind of work your way around that. I feel like where this game shines is it's kind of like making a really fun Rube Goldberg machine rather than like challenging you. I don't think the game is super hard. I've died a lot of runs in this, but it's a very sudden death, and I'm like, fuck you. It's like everything works until it doesn't sometimes in Backpack Hero, which makes it polarizing, but like oftentimes I just feel like I don't feel like it was any flaw that was with my setup, because my setup was great until it just wasn't. And oftentimes it's the elite fights that are what get you. So I don't know if it's just like a difficulty thing related to the elite fights or what. But like Backpack Hero's weird. I feel like the fun of the game is all in like setting up your backpack and collecting your things and doing your setup that way, because battles generally always play out the same. You're almost always using the exact same setup because there's no dynamic element mid-fight to change your setup, or I mean there is where you can actually get items from the sidebar, but it costs you a lot of energy to do that, and it's generally not something that's encouraged to do. It's satisfying for those who like a solved game. There's a clear solution, and if things go wrong, there just isn't anything you can really do. Yeah, kind of. It does suffer a lot the same way World of Horror does. I don't think it's a Game of the Year pick for me, so I can kind of place this right away, I think. I think it's a very good, like, B tier. It's kind of a little bit in the same vein as Dredge, too, where it's... where I don't feel like its high points are as high as they should be. Like, it's very neutral the whole playthrough. Like, I don't feel strongly about anything in the game. It's very easy to like vibe to, just like Dredge, where it's like you can just play this game, not really think too much about anything, kind of put your build together, have a little bit of, it's just like you kind of just like smile to yourself and you're like, that's a fun build. And then you just like, you get into the fight and then you activate your 9 cleaver build that just instantly wipes out the enemy. Like, you tend to start going through the motions, yeah. Like, at the 50% mark of a run, you probably have your build and you're just gonna do the same thing until you either win or lose. And that's kind of a problem. That means it's inherently flawed, but it's a pretty fun game as a whole, so I'm gonna maybe put it at the top of B tier. It's still pretty good. Like, it does scratch an interesting itch. I'll put it there for now. Okay, here we go. Here's, okay, so World of Horror is in an interesting spot. I've put it up here because these are my picks for Game of the Year, and I'm gonna filter these down afterwards. But I think World of Horror is flawed, but I think it's an interesting game that I played a lot of. I think there's big problems with this game, really big problems, but I liked it a lot. I consider it one of the interesting games I played this year. Where it's gonna end up on the tier list, we'll find out at the end. So, yeah, on that note, next up is, this is a big one. This is a surprise game that came out of nowhere. I don't think anybody had their eye on this, and then it fucking took the world by storm. Everybody knows what game I'm probably talking about already. This game is amazing. It's Lethal Company. On paper, it shouldn't be as good as it is, but you have a very, Starfield, no. Lethal Company, it's a really solid, co-op treasure hunting game. This game is Pikmin, where it's a 21-year-old Roblox dev. Yeah, absolutely took the world by storm. This Roblox dev made what might be one of the most iconic games this year, one of the most memorable games this year. There's no question this game is a contender for Game of the Year. Its impact is in the same vein as Among Us or fucking Minecraft, I guess. Maybe not mine. Like, this game is shockingly good, really, really. It's that good. And the thing is It outsold Call of Duty, didn't it? Apparently it did. Did Roblox? Do Roblox get $6 million? Apparently. Like, this is absolutely a great example of a game where it's like, it's a single furry indie dev who just made a game and just wanted to make something cool, and they fucking nailed it. Yo, Politely Wicked, Happy New Year's! How's things going? Welcome everyone. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'll get into a paper, just give me 2 seconds. I can't watch When You're Dead, and I can't watch When You're Dead and watch someone else. I will get into this game in full. You're a single indie cutie VTuber. Aww. Oh, no, you're cute. Yeah, where's my button for this? Uno reverse. You're the cutie. Hey Wicked, how you doing? Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's, everybody. Hey Fancy. Hey Max. Yeah, welcome everyone. Oh my goodness. Yeah, oh my god, you actually had an Uno reverse too. Damn. Fuck, I wasn't ready for that. The Jenga is part of its charm. So, just for everybody coming in, how do we know you're both cute? Maybe. For everybody coming in, we are 11 and a half hours into our 150 game review of 2023. This is all the games I played in 2023. Actually, we're still not complete. There's like 20 games left. I've been going through and talking about every single game and giving a full review of every single one. We're 11 and a half hours into this. It's a lot, but it's been good. It's been very fun. It's like definitely imperfect, and that's the thing. That's the thing. I don't feel like a game has to be perfect to warrant Game of the Year status. Some games are just that impactful. All right, I gotta hydrate. Also, for anyone that doesn't already follow Politely Wicked, definitely drop Politely Wicked a follow. Wicked's a great streamer. Very good vibes. Very, very chill. Like, just, if you're looking for a really good chill streamer, Wicked's got you covered. Plays lots of interesting games too. Lots of variety. For anyone that doesn't know me, I'm Code, I'll Katie or Cat, she, they pronouns. I'm a variety bodega cat VTuber who usually streams 3 to 4 games a night, 4 to 5 nights a week. I'm always streaming something. Hello, hey Fancy. I'm always streaming something, and in 2023 we played 150 games and we completed 112 of them. So we played a lot of games. Probably gonna go to bed now. Absolutely, Tommy. Absolutely. You have a great night and have a happy new year, okay? Definitely get some rest, because I know you had a tough day today. So, go get some rest, okay? So we're reviewing all 150 games. And we just got to Lethal Company. And I don't think there's any question. To me, this is a Game of the Year contender. It is flawed, but it's also done by a single dev who somehow managed to capture the imaginations of the gaming world, took the gaming world by storm. Like, Lethal Company knows how to do co-op in a silly way. It knows how to do co-op well, it knows how to do, and it knows how to do horror well. But it knows also how to be really, really silly, doing both these things. This game is immensely fun to play with people. Like, I'm someone who plays a lot of single player games, and I even had to drop. It's an excellent group stream game. It's very straightforward. You go into a factory and you have to collect up enough treasure, enough things of value, and bring them back to your ship. And at the end of 3 days, you have to cash out, and hopefully you have enough money. You have to meet your quota. If you don't, you get blasted off to space. It's a very simple concept. It's kind of got the energy of like Pikmin 2, where but instead you're playing the Pikmin. You have to lug these heavy objects back from the factory, and yeah, but there's a little bit more. The more is that the factory is full of fucking eldritch horrors. It's a nightmare in there. It's very fun. It's like it will jump scare you, but it will jump scare you in a way that you can't help but smile. Like you'll laugh playing this game. It's legitimately a fun horror experience where you don't feel rotten most of the time. It's actually fun dying in this game. And if you can have fun dying in this game, like you've captured an energy there. It's designed so that you and your friends can shout stupid things while streaming and entertain. It really is. Like this game, it came out of nowheres, and I imagine we're gonna see a lot of games that kind of try to beat it to the punch because it is imperfect. It is early. This game came out in October. Is Outlast Trials on the list? I didn't play Outlast Trials. No. I need to start my 2024 right. I need to start 2024 the right way. Oh, I see. Also, hey Fatal, welcome. Like Lethal Company, I know that like people will look at this game and they'll be like, jank, what makes this game special? But this is like absolutely a game that like knows how to scare, how to make you laugh. It knows how to make a good co-op experience, and it's only gonna probably get better at this point. Like it got $1 bajillion, it made bank. The dev is pretty much set themselves for life. And they're basically just gonna be able to further craft this game and they're continuing to do that. They're still working on the game. They put out some good updates so far. Yeah. It knows what it wants to be and embraces it wholeheartedly. Absolutely. And the game is so good, but it is like I said, it's flawed. It's still a game that's early. It could use more things. And that's once again why we see this game come out with like, I think there's like 7,000 mods for this game currently available, because people, and you know, they made it open enough to be modded, and you can have a lot of fun just modding this game. I'm not someone that typically mods games. There's lots of fun just like exploring the mods, so it's very interesting. It's a great example of like how, as an indie developer, even if you're just an individual, you want Goku to snap your neck, you got it. Exactly. If you're an indie developer, if you're somebody that just has a cool game idea and you want to make it, do it. Like, you never know, right? Like, it's both like, it's both polished in lots of really like important ways. It understands at its core how to do what it needs to do and do it effectively, but like, it's still early. More polish will probably come with time, but it nails the foundation so perfectly. It's such a great example of like, World of Horror, for example, is foundationally flawed. It's flawed in its foundation. Fucking Dead by Daylight with its bajillion developer, like billion team, the team is not that big, but like, it is a big game. It's a game with big money in it. Big money, like, backing it at this point, like, is still flawed as a fundamental concept. This is a concept that is shockingly rock solid because the focus was put in the right places. Lethal Company is gonna be one of those games that people are probably gonna be still playing in a year's time. 150 games, I've been busy, yeah. Zal, how you doing? Vampire Raid? I came here for my bloods. No, I'm using those. So Lethal Company is absolutely a Game of the Year contender. It's not even like a genre that I typically dip into, and I liked it. And I love it. All right, so next up, next up is, let me see here. Let's see if I can get it to pull up. Save Room. It's a full studio. They keep making licenses, and their core gameplay loop is just stacking problems onto. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I said too, Blue. Dead by Daylight. Yeah, like the foundation of Dead by Daylight is very flawed, but they put so much content on top of it. I still feel like it's kind of got something there, but like, boy, it is a game that they really need to review, like what it is, like at its core. They'll eventually do a sequel, and I'm hoping that when they do a sequel, they don't just try and make the same thing again, because there's a better asymmetrical co-op game to make that could be more engaging and more interesting. Like the 5 gens, well, the killer chases them, but the game totally falls apart when the survivors can communicate. I mean, that's true. And the thing is like, on the flip side, if the killer wants to be an ass and play really, really like shitty and be just like miserable to the survivors, it's in their power to do that. The game doesn't want you to do that. You get less points for doing that, but you can do it. And the thing is like, there is sometimes in Dead by Daylight, there is a little bit of an arms race between like the killer, how shitty am I gonna be, and the team that you're up against, the team of survivors you're up against, with how shitty are they gonna be. And that arms race is really like weird. The game becomes basically has become a toxic race, yeah. And that's a weird thing. And it's definitely something that has never been fully addressed. Like, they've made efforts to do something about it, but it's never fully nailed it. So, yeah. Yeah, Dan, how you doing? Oh, what time is it? Sorry, I'm just like, I hear some... Yeah. Anyways, okay, so save room. Yeah. It's not a sustainable system, and every new release just retools how the players are shooting each other. Yeah, like they haven't figured out firm answers in this game. I've seen friends play Dead by Daylight, and it's bizarre. I've never seen any other multiplayer games where so many people on both teams intentionally play badly because the game stops being fun if anyone... Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely, Cass. Like, the thing that carries Dead by Daylight is there's like a kind of fun hide and seek game here, but it's at its best with friends or people that are all kind of playing at the same beat. As soon as somebody like kind of pushes a little too hard, yeah, it's got a cool concept. It's just like, yeah, it's not so, and like there is like a weird ever-changing meta because of the abilities, but it's also like really money tied, so there's weirdness. I think it's like a B, but I have a hard time. But as soon as the agreement of the rules is ignored, the game does fall apart. Yeah, it becomes a very different game that is very unappealing. All right, Save Room the Merchant. This is a sequel to Save Room, which is basically Resident Evil 4's inventory menu if it was just straight up a puzzle game. Great concept. It's a sequel. They already did this kind of once. This version introduces the merchant, which is basically just a character that talks to you the entire time and adds another layer to the game where you have to buy the items for the puzzle. You're given so much money to buy the items for the puzzle that you have to complete. You're given a shopping list, basically. You have to buy those items and then assemble the puzzle. I don't know if having those items, buying the items to assemble the puzzle, there's a money juggling element there where like the puzzle is like, how do I correctly spend the money? But it's more just like, it's not even really a puzzle. It's just like, how do I go through each thing, make sure that I don't buy it wrong. I don't feel like it adds something endearing to the game. I feel like if anything, it just slows the game down. I think the original version of this game is actually a little bit better, but not like a lot. Like, it's better. Like, it's a shame because I like the idea of it. It's a good concept, once again, but it's just like, it doesn't work into the game in a way that makes the game better. It just makes it slower, if anything. The meta is frustrating, it's super unbalanced. There's consistently 1 or 2 must-run perks, yeah. Yeah. So, Dead by Daylight's kind of... Like, the thing is I could be really... At my worst with Dead by Daylight, I'd probably say bottom of C tier. This is me giving it the best because I feel like the devs they're always working on this game. They're always trying stuff with it. And there's a lot of love that's went into it, but I think they've been like kind of, they've been kind of shackled by the rough foundation of the game at this point. Like, at this point, you basically have to make the game over from scratch with like changing its core concepts to do anything with Dead by Daylight. We could go into a whole conversation about Dead by Daylight. I think like the references, the movie references, the love that it has for like its horror roots and the killers and all that, and even honestly just like the story and narratives that they've given their original characters have been really good. Really good, but it's just like it's still a flawed foundation that like at some point somebody's gonna take this concept and make a better game out of it, maybe, or Dead by Daylight 2 is gonna happen and they're gonna actually retool it in a meaningful way. But like I think a B tier is abundantly fair. I was gonna put it at the bottom of A tier, but I feel like it's maybe a little too flawed for that. Okay. The next game is once again a clone. It's a clone game. It is not Suika game. I think Suika games. I forget how it's pronounced. It is the free-to-play Steam clone Watermelon game. Yeah, this game, it's basically, it's a puzzle game where you drop fruit together and the same fruits will fuse into slightly bigger fruits and you try to build up to a watermelon. You get bigger and bigger fruits in your game field, and there's a little bit of a physics engine thing going on. It's like 2020, it's like 2048 with physics, basically, which is a good idea. That's a core good idea. This is absolutely, Watermelon game is absolutely a free-to-play, like, trying to beat Suika game to the punch, getting on Steam. I don't know how I feel about this game because it is very much like, it is just trying to beat another game to the punch. Suika game is going to charge money for what it is, probably, even though there is a free Flash version, but they still put out a paid version. I don't know about that. That's kind of weird. What this game does do is they've been gradually updating it. Yeah, see, it was free too, right? But then they also are charging money for it on Switch. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, it's one thing if they add more to it or you get something more. I don't know. At this point, I respect the devs of Suika game for getting that bag. I mean, it makes sense. The game became super popular for a hot minute. And yeah, like putting money out, I guess, for like a portable version of the game, I guess makes kind of sense, I suppose. Although you can play the Flash version of the game on your phone or whatever. So, sure, I guess. I don't know how I feel about this game ultimately, as far as like the moral question of what if you clone a game? What if you make a clone of a game that is just literally that game, but free? I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is. That's a question I have not thought deeply about. As far as just, it worked for well, that's true. It did work for Minecraft. Yeah, it's true. That is true. Sometimes it's about beating them to the punch, I guess. Watermelon game does do a couple things differently than Suika, which is, Suika, Watermelon game has 3 different abilities you can utilize to kind of farther push your playthrough. You can like use things to like wipe away fruit or level up a fruit or whatever. You spend some of your score to do this, and that like extends your playthrough a little bit at the cost of some score, which is at least a more dynamic nuance. So I'd like to point out it's not just a free clone. Oh, is it not? Is there like, yeah, so there is like, there is a slight difference, which is these 3 abilities that you can use. It's not dramatically different, but it is a little bit different. Free clone that puts it on another platform. Well, that is true. Yeah, the whole story about Minecraft and Infiniminer is an interesting one. That's another whole kettle of fish that I'm probably not going to get into right now because I've been talking for almost 12 straight hours. But as a puzzle game, it's pretty okay. It's okay. It's 2048 with physics, and that's kind of enough to be engaging. Nice time kill. It's not... I think I enjoyed 10 slightly more. So I guess it's probably in around here. Probably in around here, I guess. Yeah, I'd say that's fair. So it's like a C tier, I guess. It does add something new to the formula, which I guess is good. But it does feel a little bit weird. All right, next up is another free-to-play game, Die in the Dungeon Origins, which is a prequel to what's going to be released in 2024, Die in the Dungeons. This is basically a refined version of the original Itch.io release, as far as I know. So they're going to be making a big expanded version of this game that comes out in 2024. This is just kind of the original concept with the new graphics, so to speak. So the game is also Switch exclusive, and the Flash version is kind of just garbage. So it does provide something beyond just cost removal, but it's also very questionable. Yeah, I think there's some questions to think about with this game, I think. But yeah, Die in the Dungeon's Origin, free to play. It is a game where you roll dice and you place them to do, it's basically a roguelite RPG, dice RPG, I guess, where you roll dice, you place them on a board to do different attacks. You do attacks of different amounts of damage and do defense or healing. My wording is getting really scrambled here. You can do attacks, defense, or healing with your dice, and your items you pick up, your relics you pick up, augment your dice and how those rolls are going to work and what they're going to do. This game would have, initially I was worried that it was going to be extra dry because it felt like it's kind of like Paper Mario energy, but just with dice rolling. It doesn't seem to you just do three things: attack, heal, or defend. But then I realized the items synergize, the way the items synergize in this game, the way relics synergize in this game is really, really interesting. And a lot of the game is just focused on getting those relics and synergizing them in interesting fashions. I think there's a really cool game here. I haven't played as much as I would like. I think that it's probably in right about the same space as Backpack Hero and Zelda. It's much more dynamic than Backpack Hero. You're playing each turn on the fly. Every turn is going to be a little bit different. But it starts out feeling really dry, but as you do a run and you get more and more things synergizing in interesting ways, it angles how you play the dice and it becomes more and more engaging. You know what? I'm willing to put it up here, maybe in around this area, in around Stacklands, maybe even, I don't know. Like I said, I feel like I need to play this one a little bit more, but I enjoyed what I did play, so I'm gonna place it up there for now. All right, another one we recently played, and this one also came out this year. Cocoon. Ooh, almost dragged and dropped that in the wrong spot. Cocoon. Yo, thank you for the follow. Cocoon is a top-down action puzzle game, I guess. Kind of has a little bit of old school Zelda feels, but the gist of the game is you're a little beetle guy, you're just a little bug guy, and you carry whole worlds on your back, and in those worlds are puzzles, and you go into the worlds to solve puzzles to give the orb that you can carry on your back different abilities. This game is really hard to explain, but it's a very meta puzzle game where you're going into puzzles to solve other puzzles in other worlds, and suddenly you're juggling several worlds that give you different abilities by having them. Isometric puzzle exploration game with layered puzzle concept, yes. That would be probably the best way to approach it. This is definitely a Game of the Year contender. I maybe didn't feel as strongly about it. Oh, so this is Disgaea. It's, I guess, kind of like Item World, but sort of? Interesting comparison. It's definitely a one-shot. I played through this game in one sitting. It was a long sitting, but I played through in one sitting. It's also done by the same dev as Inside. I guess it's like a spin-off from this studio. I guess one of the devs from Inside. And have you played Wilmot's Warehouse? I have not. I know the name, but I don't have a mental picture of it. But I've been picturing a lot of games tonight, so it's basically the Insider devs, I guess, split up, and one of them made Cocoon. It has kind of a similar nuance to the puzzles as... Well, the puzzles are actually way more dynamic and way more interesting, but it's like... It's absolutely all the puzzle energy from those games, like, purified into a raw crystal of game. This game is all puzzles. There's no combat. It's very good. It's very interesting. But I also don't feel like I felt super strongly about a lot in it. There's a narrative kind of going on, but it's just kind of explained through environmental storytelling, but even then, not really. You kind of just go between worlds doing things, and it's interesting. It's an interesting puzzle game, but it's absolutely, you have to be there for the puzzles. Cocoon. Well, there's kind of combat with the boss. There is combat with the bosses, that is true. But it is like a puzzly combat. So yes, it is not devoid of combat entirely. There is like actual puzzles there. One that okay, so we're moving on to the next game. Cocoon. If you like puzzle games, absolutely a must play. No question. I don't have this one loaded in. Okay, so we're gonna just like, this is absolutely it was on Game Pass. It was an achievement run game for me. I will not deny it. I was gonna dip into it on stream just to explore it, but then I was like, no, I don't think there's enough here to explore. So I just did it on my own. It took like an hour. It is a little game called Rubber Bandits. It's kind of capitalizing on the Fall Guy. What if you're in an area with a bunch of wiggly people and throwing things that explode or falling over things or whatever? There's like a direction in this game where you're trying to rob a bank. You're always trying to like rob banks. There's a bunch of different play fields and you're robbing banks. And this is definitely like built to be played with other people and have fun. It's maybe a little bit on the younger side of like, I think like little younger kids are probably gonna have fun with this. And it's definitely, like I said, trying to capitalize on Fall Guys dynamic, but it's not particularly strong. I imagine that there's probably a little bit of fun to have here as like a party game, but I don't think it's like particularly great. It's like, okay, you can pick up different weapons and shoot them. There's like, it's a party game first and foremost, I guess. It's a puzzle collection in a world that unlocks more puzzles, but fundamentally you need to be in for the puzzles. Yeah, agreed. So Rubber Bandits is like probably like a D tier, mostly just, it's probably better maybe like if you actually like have other people to play with. I didn't fast achievement set, so it is what it is. It just, that's what I got out of it. All right, here we go. We're moving into our last leg. We're on the final leg. This is the last 10 games. All right, so last 10 games of the year. It's taken us 12 hours, but we're almost there, everybody. Final Fantasy Ever Crisis. It is the Final Fantasy 7 remake mobile game that they decided that they also needed to do, because I guess they realized that a lot of people haven't played Final Fantasy 7 because at this point it's 30 years old. So the remake, I think people thought was a 1-to-1 remake, which it wasn't. So they're trying to give you free access to Final Fantasy 7's story by slowly telling it to you in a game that very much wants to get into your wallet. That said, I think that there's there's an okay game in here. It is a game. I just want friggin' Before Crisis to come back. That's all. There's an interesting game in here. It's taking 3 different Final Fantasy VII storylines: Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy Crisis Core, and Final Fantasy First Soldier. Yeah, maybe if we're lucky, they'll dip into Before Crisis, but I kind of feel like that's not going to happen. Who knows, though. So it's dipping into 3 different Final Fantasy VII storylines. Let's be real, for Soldier, I guess, like, there's no other way to access that storyline at this point, because it was a mobile game and they took it offline, so migrating its story over to Ever Crisis is probably a good idea, I guess. I don't know how good that storyline is. I've only played a little bit into it. It seemed kind of lukewarm to me so far, but it's supposed to be like the kind of... it isn't. Okay, well, there you go. It's supposed to kind of detail a little bit of Seth Roth when he's a baby. It's pretty bland. It's pretty bland so far, yeah. They said Dirge of Cerberus is planned, which is funny. How the fuck are they gonna do Dirge of Cerberus? God damn. Wait, Final Fantasy VII is 30 years old. Came out in 1997, so... Doing basic math. It's not quite 30 years old, but it's old. Final Fantasy VII Remake established that it's on the table. Time shenanigans. Oh, yeah, no, Final Fantasy VII Remake, that's another whole kettle of fish. We'll probably talk about it another time in more detail, but it's kind of its own beast. I think Final Fantasy VII Remake relies a lot on you having played the original Final Fantasy VII to get like the full energy of the game, but if you haven't played Final Fantasy VII, you'll probably enjoy it on its own merits. But Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis, it does some things good, but at the same time, its biggest crime is that it just constantly hammers you about, here's a chance for things, drop some money on this now. You got Barrett's weapon. What if Barrett pack is available for 30 minutes? Buy it now for $4.99. This game just like hammers you, and it becomes a bit of a headache, really, with how much it does that. It's really annoying, but at the same time, yeah, it doesn't make it doesn't make sense enough on its own. Really expects you to know the traits of the characters that aren't expressed. Delicious mobile FOMO. Those high pressure messages dry up as you go along the game a bit. They do dry up. Like, you don't get hit as much because early on they're trying to squeeze everything out of you, and then I guess they get tired. You can outpace this game. It will get tired before you do if you have enough endurance for it. They'll realize eventually they can't squeeze quarters out of you, and then they'll kind of like let up a little bit. As someone who actually thinks Final Fantasy Record Keeper was one of the best Final Fantasy games for like its combat system, Record Keeper is amazingly good. And it was really good. There is like some threads of Record Keeper buried into this. The bosses are like cool RPG puzzles, basically, coming up with builds that are good. Record Keeper was miserable in the first year. Oh god. I don't remember if I jumped into it the first year or not. I really enjoyed Record Keeper. I thought it was immaculate. Like, it got a lot better when they added hiatus. Yeah. I quit before they had pity sparks. God damn, I don't know any of that stuff. I think Record Keeper was amazing. Like, every boss becomes just a puzzle of how can I work my team, work my equipment to like take apart this boss, and they give you a rough explanation of how to do it and strategize around it, and it was always interesting. There's like an element of like when people talk about Final Fantasy 14, learning the dance, if you know what I mean. where you get big groups of people coming together, working their builds in interesting ways to try and take on big bosses, the big raid bosses. Record Keeper is like a pocket version of that. A pocket solo version of that. Yeah. Once you really get into Ever Crisis mechanics, it gets kind of a build going. It's kind of functional, although, yeah, it is grindy. You know how if you do 10 pulls and get no 5 stars enough times, they give you something? In Record Keeper? I guess? I don't remember doing that, but maybe. Maybe I was too early. I remember a lot of like just you're guaranteed to get like you're guaranteed to get 1 5-star. Okay, it's a pity mechanic. Like, for the most part, I was a free-to-play player on Record Keeper. I didn't drop a cent on it until the very end. I generally liked it. Like most bosses, they didn't have that at launch. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. I don't remember doing like rolls and not getting like at least 1 guaranteed 5-star. Yeah. So I think like maybe I'm misremembering it. I don't know. I did 5 10 pulls and no 5 stars. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that's no good. Yeah. Zathula, how you doing? Happy New Year's. Yeah. I quit then. No, they added it then after the first year. Okay, so I probably played it after the first year then. Cause I remember almost always getting a 5-star. I can't remember never not getting a 5-star of some degree. And to me, like the 5 stars that you got helped shape the teams that you construct, and it was interesting, kind of going with the flow of the game, bending your teams around what you got. I ended up using characters that I didn't think I would ever use to any degree, and I kind of explored them a little bit, and it was enjoyable. I enjoyed my time with Record Keeper. So unfortunately, I had a different experience than you, Blue Wizard. I thought it was one of the best Final Fantasy games I've played. But it was interesting coming up with the strategies to approach the bosses. Ever Crisis has a little bit of that energy. I don't think it's as strong in this game as it is in it was in Record Keeper, but there's a little bit of something there. This game does it has like weapons. I think it's just how bad Final Fantasies are then. Oh, gotcha. Like I think that the puzzle element of the battles was really good in those games because it made you think and it made you like strategize. Whereas a lot of older Final Fantasy games, you could just kind of power through oftentimes. But when it comes to Ever Crisis, I haven't played super deep into the game because it just came out in December. It's paid systems. It's weird because they have you rolling on banners for like weapons, but the actual squeeze of the game isn't actually the rolls and rolling for 5 stars in this game, because you can actually just you can just level your stuff up by rolling enough like 3 and 4 stars. You can just get 5 stars by fusing them together. The actual squeeze of this game is the stamp system. They want you to roll a number of times on each banner to try and get costumes, and costumes they augment your characters and the abilities that they have, because every weapon has like special like skill points on it, which is kind of a Monster Hunter-esque system. The secret of Ever Crisis is getting 5 stars is easy. The real crunch is overboosting weapons. Yes, yeah. So the crunch isn't where you think it's gonna be initially, and like what was said earlier, it is a grindy game, but it's kind of almost palatable. I can bear with it to a degree. I don't mind it. It's not gonna be for everybody. I'm pretty okay putting it in like B tier. I think probably somewhere in B tier is fine. I like Final Fantasy VII. This is it's gonna skew it a little bit because I just have a soft spot for it. If the game pushes harder and becomes Record Keeper 2, I'll probably move it up. I would like move it up on this, but I'm gonna put it like maybe, because it's almost scratching that Record Keeper itch, so I think it's better than Dead by Daylight, so it's probably better than Dredge. Better than Rainforest? I don't know. I'm just gonna put it at the top of B tier for now. You need 200 weapon parts to overboost once. Yeah, that's pretty bullshit. Essentially, you need to pull the same 5-star weapon 11 times to, yeah, get in. I need it to be for endgame content, yeah. Like my record keeper file had warrior, who is a pre-registration reward. Gotcha. I didn't have a phone at the time, so record keeper was like, probably when it first came out, it was before I had a phone. Because for conveyance, I did odd jobs and I got paid in a phone. So that should say the state of my life at the time. Which is really good. It was nice, but it was just like, here's an old phone. Here's an old iPhone. I was like, what? Next up, I didn't get to play this a lot on stream either because they did an update. They did an update that, in December. I checked it out a little bit. I played a little bit. Killer Instinct, so I get to touch on this game again. This game is, in my opinion, one of the better fighting games. It's completely underrated, in my opinion. Not enough people gave this game credit. The credit it was due. I think it's actually really, really good, and I'm inclined to say I like Guilty Gear's aesthetic and characters more, but I think Killer Instinct is like an S tier game. I think the way this game is layered is so fucking smart. It's fun at like a beginner level, because you can do auto doubles and you get a lot of creative input in auto doubles. The game has its own kind of built-in RPS mechanic, because it's like auto doubling, but if your opponent matches the strength, they get a free burst out of it, which is a combo breaker. That whole system works really well at a beginner level, and it's really cool. But then when you grow in this game, you start to learn like basic links. And when you start doing basic links, you can't combo break basic links. So there's an incentive to learn these links. They're harder and they're more like other fighting games, but it's like it creates a natural progression to more advanced techniques. Locked Xbox One for 3 years didn't help. That was honestly its biggest thing that hurt it really bad. When it finally came out on PC and then eventually on Steam, that definitely helped, but it was a little bit too late. But just judging the game on its pure merits of its like own doings, I think this game is kind of really, really good. It has a great cast. It's a full cast. There's a lot going on there. I'm willing to put Killer Instinct really high up here, and that says a lot because once again, I'm a huge Guilty Gear fan. Like, I love Guilty Gear's characters. I love Guilty Gear's gameplay. I love the speed and energy of Guilty Gear. But Killer Instinct has just this, I think its design is very smart. It's smart at a really deep level. It also doesn't know what kind of narrative it wants to tell. Like, Killer Instinct has great gameplay. I don't really know a lot about Killer Instinct's story deep down. There's like, I know some story beats. Towards the end, they do a kind of fun thing with Hisenko, which I thought was really clever for storyline. But there is like a little bit of like, how do we build an interesting narrative around all these characters? Killer Instinct is just really good. I think I don't know if the free-to-play version is still a thing on Steam. I think it is. It's worth checking out. If you're a beginner to fighting games, I think there's a lot of fun you can have, especially with other beginners. Even a beginner playing a more advanced player, there's still kind of some fun there because like the advanced player still has to make an accurate call on the RPS of what buttons the opponent is pressing to combo break them. There's some interesting guest characters. Yeah, I don't know if I love every guest character, but like the cast is full. Like, and to me, I know this is gonna like probably ruffle some feathers. Killer Instinct's design aesthetic is what I wish Mortal Kombat was. Mortal Kombat has a lot of ninja guys wearing different colored outfits, and it grew from that. I know the characters are more unique now, and I guess Mortal Kombat has a really good narrative, but it's like, I kind of wish they pushed the character designs farther, or like more dynamic, and Killer Instinct kind of does that. They kind of almost have like a movie monster motif going on with their designs, and I think it's really cool. Mortal Kombat mostly cares about ultra violence for the sake of it. Yeah, the narrative keeps resetting. I see. And see, like, I'm not crazy about ultra violence, so that's not for me. Mortal Kombat just doesn't hit for me that way, but Killer Instinct does. It's violent to a degree, maybe to a higher degree than something like Street Fighter, but it's not like, it doesn't like relish exclusively in that like Mortal Kombat does. Here's more about thematic monsters of the cast. Yes, right? And I think that's more engaging. I think that's more fun. I like monsters. I like movie monsters, and I like the energy it brings. Action movie cheese to me. That's fair. And I mean, a lot of people like Mortal Kombat for a lot of different reasons. Okay, Jasant. And also I think that in 2023, this game still holds up pretty good. There is some weird like kind of things in the game where it was clear that they probably wanted to monetize the game, but then they kind of shied away from it. Which there's like the appendix of those things. There's so it feels a little bit weird sometimes interacting with the menus and things, because it's like, put KI coins, do your daily things to get KI coins to do what? Like, I don't know. It's weird. But like everything else about the game is pretty good. Jasant, this is a game about rock climbing, which I think is an undertapped idea. Saberwolf for life. Yeah, White's a Saberwolf main. She loves playing Saberwolf. She loves KI in general. To get the Xbox Series release in 2023, to be fair, I hope it holds up. Yeah, I think it was worth coming back to. I'm glad to see Iron Galaxy come back to Killer Instinct. Jasant is a rock climbing game where it's kind of just chill vibes and climbing a rock with a weird narrative in the background, some environmental storytelling about a world that is very dry, and the search for water. Jason's really good. It has a lot of the same energy as something like Journey. It's very like aesthetically pretty. Its gameplay is interesting, but not like super hard. Its narrative is like interesting, but also like it's there, but I don't know. It's just a really solid game. I thought it was quite nice. Not super long, doesn't overstay its welcome. A better rock climbing game than Grip. I have never heard of Grip, but if it's a better rock climbing game than that, well, there's a feather in its hat, ain't it? It's really solid. Apparently this is I would say it's a very solid A tier. I don't know if I'd put it in S. Grip is better. Oh, really? Did after a co-op? Seriously, I didn't know about that. Grip was great. Oh, never mind. I have no idea. I'll have to look into this because I like rock climbing. I thought Jasant was really good. It's just a small game. It's not super big, but it's a fun. It's a fun world, and it's pretty, and it's interesting. Oh, actually, you know what? You get to keep a weird frog whale creature in your backpack, and it is very cute, and you can pet it. There's a pet the frog button, which might make it low S. It's maybe a low S. Maybe something like this. Maybe a high A, low S. I don't know. It's a hard call. I'm gonna... You know what? I do have one problem with Jasant, though. There's a lot of moments where the game... It's kind of a little bit on the rails, too. It's kind of a lot on the rails, but they fork off in ways that make it so you kind of have to play through. You end up climbing one way just to realize that you should have forked off the other direction, which is kind of annoying by moments. It doesn't like drag the game too much, but it's like it does kind of pull it down just a little bit. But it's a short game. It's a fun experience. It's very cinematic. Should be available on his site. Okay, I'll have to maybe look into it. I'll leave it right there. That feels comfortable. Okay, here we go. Next up is Komenju Remilia Stranger's Requiem, the sequel to Scarlet Symphony. I got one playthrough with this game. It is basically this it's actually very similar to Scarlet Symphony, but you play as Sakuya instead, so there's more knife throwing. A lot of people tell me this game is like better, and actually a lot of people told me that it was Metroidvania, which it is not. It is classic Vania still. It's honestly a lot of Rondo of Blood again. It's so similar to the first game, but the big difference here is that your movement is not like Belmont movement like it is in Scarlet Symphony, which definitely gives it a very different feeling. The bosses are different, the story is different. It's like technically better, but it's so neck and neck with Scarlet Symphony, I don't 100% know. I'm gonna say it's slightly better just because the movement is like probably more fun overall, but like Maria Rondo. It is. Yeah. Reimu Rondo. Reimu Belmont is Kuya Bernard. Most people are gonna like this version more than Scarlet Symphony. I'm very neck and neck on the two of these games. I'm willing to say that they're both like probably about fall in a very similar place for me. I do like them a lot though. Scarlet Symphony was really good. I had a really good time with this game, and it's a great example of a game that the achievement list actually makes the game better. I'm just like looking at it. I'm just like, yeah. Oh, that's basically no games. Yeah. We're getting there. Oh, next up is another big one. We just got through playing it, actually. We just beat it the other day. Resident Evil Village. This game, once again, like 7. I really like this game. I thought it was extremely good. I didn't know what to think when I found out that it was just a straight sequel to 7, because I didn't find Ethan particularly interesting as a character, even though I do like 7 a lot. I think this game is better than 7. I'm gonna put it probably right about here. I think it takes 7 and mixes it with a lot of stuff that makes Resident Evil 4 good, and it ends up being a really good game. I'm inclined to even put it above Signalis, for like just the pure playability. Signalis is like an important game, but like it is flawed once again. Wait, Signalis is on this list too. Wasn't it 2022? It is. I played Signalis through 4 times, and one of those playthroughs was in 2023. So this is still I'm still including on this list. I think Ethan fundamentally sucks. The games are excellent despite him, not because of him. I think Ethan's pretty good by the end of Village. I kind of liked Ethan by the end. Like, I liked Ethan for the most part in Village. He's like, I know he's basically just, I'm like, he's just a sweet mushroom boy. It's his thing. Most people ended up playing in 2023. Yeah, Midcode played Signals in 2022. It was one of my games of the year in 2022, in fact. Like, Ethan's like thing, I think it's because he actually expresses himself much better in Village. I like him more. He's a faceless avatar. He is, but he actually does kind of have his quips. He has like some interactions. He has interactions with all the villains in this game, and the villains are quite good. The villains are definitely like a driving factor in Village, and a big factor why this game is good. It's like the Resident Evil version of Metal Gear Solid 3 or No More Heroes, where the villains are actually kind of the big thing you enjoy in the game. I still think Ethan's kind of a nerd, but it's like there's something like endearing about just like the final section of this game that I don't know. I liked Ethan in the end. He's a good bean. He goes the distance, and even when everything is like, even when his world's fucking shaken, he still commits, I guess. Chris is incredibly unlikable in this. He's wife guy. He is wife guy. I don't even like Mia. I fucking hate Mia. And I still like have an element of like, damn, like Ethan just really cares. Like, good for him. I fucking hate Mia. and I don't know. It's like, damn, Ethan, you deserve better than Mia. I don't know. I'll see how I digest this game farther. Does anyone like Mia? I don't know. I don't think so, but like there's some I don't know. Like Zoe was a million times more likable in Resident Evil 7. Ethan does deserve better. That's part of the reason why he sucks. It is kind of. The fact that Ethan stays with Mia does kind of upset me at the beginning of the game. I was like, oh my god, Ethan! Why? And I will say Ethan comes across way more shitty in 7 because he has to make that weird choice in the middle of the game where they force you to choose between Mia and Zoe, which just feels awful. Yeah. He's settling for Trader's Corpo, yeah, which does suck a lot. That does suck. Yeah, he loves his daughter though, and he cares, and he wants the best for her, and he does his best. Good on him. I found him likable by the end of the game, but this isn't purely about Ethan. This is about the game as a whole. It's Resident Evil 7 with its gameplay dialed up to like kind of a Resident Evil 4 standard. It's way more gunplay. It's better feeling gunplay than 7. It has a lot of the same nuances of 4. Like there's very clearly like, what if we take 7 and mix it with 4 going on here? You have the fucking villains that all kind of are almost a little eccentric in a fun way. And it's interesting just unboxing them, seeing what their deal is. It really is 7 plus 4 days. It's yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It has, of course, its merch, and it has Duke. Duke is a really good bean. I love Duke. He's just a good boy. There's interesting like stuff going on here with like the plot going on in the background and stuff. They try to rewrite, I guess, a little bit of Resident Evil. They try to rework a little bit of it. And they seem to bring the focus onto more towards I guess like there's the umbrella that focused on like virus, the T-virus or whatever, and they kind of focus this game like in 7, they focus it more on fungi. And I think fungi is actually a better direction for the series because fungi are fucking mysterious. Nobody knows how fucking mushrooms work. I like, they're mushrooms can fucking do anything. Who knows? Who fucking knows? They can do anything. So you know what? The sky's the limit with mushrooms. Like making zombies, that's fucking the let's leave that in the 90s. We're moving on to mushrooms. Mushrooms is where it's at. Yeah, nobody can teach you about the mushrooms. Parasitic fungus. Go for it. That's a cool thing. And you know what? There's some twists and turns in the village I like. The core game I think is overall really solid. I will say so far the the little bit that like I dipped into its DLC, the DLC does not seem as good as 7. 7's DLC is just like the gold standard for DLC at this point, I think. It's so much variety. It's so good. Village, we'll have to see. I haven't played through the second campaign with Rose. I'm gonna be doing that probably this week coming up sometime. But overall, the main game, it's a little bit longer than Resident Evil 7, which is probably a good thing. I don't feel like there's any beats in this game that I didn't enjoy. Every area kind of focuses on a different horror aspect. They hit you with a lot of different styles of gameplay, which are definitely all kind of established in 7 through its DLC. Kind of their experimental approach with the DLC kind of comes to fruition with Resident Evil Village, and it's kind of captured in its core gameplay. The bosses are fun. It goes a little bit, it jumps the shark at a certain point, but it jumps the shark in a way I enjoyed. Village is extremely, extremely good. I'm gonna put it like maybe right there. That feels good to me. 7 is just like, I hate putting it above Signalus because Signalus' story is really, really good. I didn't care for the Chris parts. The Chris parts aren't like, they're okay, but they're not very long either. Like, you have so much firepower with Chris, there's not really a lot holding you back at that point. Honestly, the bigger part with Chris is just that they drop a bunch of plot. There's a bunch of like lore drop. It's like, oh, we entered the lore room. All right, next up is, now I can't, once again, this is a case of, this isn't a game I played a lot of, so it comes with the asterisk that I did not play a lot of DNF Duel, but I did play a little bit of DNF Duel this year. The little bit I played, it actually felt kind of fun. I did play the beta ages ago. The beta had problems. A lot of those problems were addressed since the game got released. I kind of enjoyed it. It's an aiding fighter under the workings of Arc System Works. It's definitely like, a lot of fighting games have made efforts to reduce how much slime there is. They try to play it dry because they feel like playing it dry is gonna be more accessible to people. DNF Duel does not do that. DNF Duel fucking throws slime in your eyes and hits you with a fucking fire wheel. This game is like, it's like if Marvel vs. Capcom was just a 1v1 fighter, it's kind of what DNF Duel would be like. I had fun playing the beta, yeah. It was free to play, or it was a free download on Epic Games Store, so I hope people that wanted to get that got it then. It might go on for a really good sale or go cheaper at some point, but the little bit I played, actually pretty good. I enjoyed it. If you're looking for a game where they don't limit you very much, you don't feel super limited in this game. Like, if something looks like it's probably going to work, you're probably going to be able to make it work. Something I didn't get into is it does have, they're not roaming cancels, they're technically Baroque cancels, which is something that's a mechanic from Tatsunoko vs. Capcom, which is another aiding game. But yeah, and also DNF Duel has simplified inputs. All the inputs are simplified inputs. It's just direction plus button. You can do an advanced input, and I guess it has slightly faster cooldown, but it doesn't. I found myself using the simple inputs a lot in this because honestly, a lot of the combos still worked even with the simple inputs. So I don't know. Actually, I don't think it's that they're faster. It's that you get meter gain back quicker on advanced inputs, but I don't know how much that's a big factor in it. But DNF Duel seems like a potentially good game. I'm maybe gonna put it like in the upper end of A because it's kind of still unexplored. I don't know if it's as good as like an S tier game for me. I feel weird putting it in the same bracket as Guilty Gear Strive and Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle, but I think some of the optimal stuff you need advanced inputs just so you recoup resources back. Okay, that makes sense. That would make sense. But I think like if you're a beginner to fighting games and you have a couple friends that are also maybe like early in fighting games, it's probably going to be a very accessible fighting game to play. I found it very like easy to pick up and just do some stuff. Yeah, but for B&B simple should be fine. Yeah. Probably a good entry point for a lot of fighting games. Probably even a better entry point technically than Street Fighter 6, even though Street Fighter 6 is really praised for being accessible. But like, the movesets are tight in this game. They're relatively small. It does feel a little bit jank. And like I said, it is definitely a slimy game, but like, it's slimy in a way that feels like strangely like accessible. I don't know. It's weird, but I kind of liked what I played. I liked how the slime felt. That's what I will say about it. I'm gonna put it like right in here-ish. This is one of those games that I only played a little bit of. The hitboxes are drawn with very big brushes. They are. The hitboxes remind me a lot of Unial. Enjoy slime, delicious slime. Jose Metabot. I like how the slime felt. That's me giving high praise to a game. Yes. Okay, we're on the last leg. These are games we played last stream now. So this is like the corridor. The corridor is probably about a 30-minute game about pushing a button. And you walk down a corridor and push a button. There is a fun narrative that goes along with this game. The narrator kind of really sells this game. It's not super deep, but it's kind of just a fun experience. It's one of those cases where it's kind of like, it's just very narrative heavy, so there's not a lot to review or talk about. It's just kind of a fun little one-off. I'm gonna put it like maybe in around here-ish. I think it's a low B. I don't think I felt as strongly about it as something like Superliminal, but I kind of enjoyed it about as much as Superliminal. Like, because it was more bite-sized, I think. Like, it didn't outstay its welcome, whereas Superliminal, I was maybe a little bit tired by the last little leg. But the corridor was fun. It was very cute, and definitely a nice one-off, and worth the price of admission for just kind of like a cute one-off to play. Then we played retro style Metroidvania Trash Quest. It's kind of like a Metroidvania if it was made on the Game Boy, the original Game Boy, maybe Game Boy Color. Once again, it's not a super deep game. It just kind of does the one thing it does pretty well. The achievement list looks like a nightmare, and you definitely finish this game and they reveal that there's a second castle, the upside down castle, where everything is fucking Super Meat Boy. So there's a harder game deeper into this. I did beat it. Doing an initial clear for this game is not super hard, but it's kind of just okay. It's an okay game. I'm gonna say probably down here with like Phantom Breaker. I probably enjoyed it a little bit more than Phantom Breaker. It's very short though. Next up is the game that I got drunk on pineapple and got lost in. I didn't even know you could get drunk on pineapple, but I did it. I managed to do that. I got drunk on pineapple, and then I got lost in the Devolverland Expo, and I was confused. And this is a game that was released to basically demo Devolverland's Devolver Digital's game lineup of 2021. I threw it in here because I've sat on this game for ages. I'm like, I gotta play through this game. Finally reached Code's Pineapple era. It's a very simple game. You go around, you collect up hidden items and watch trailers for things. You have a t-shirt gun that you shoot at security robots. It's very short. There's not a lot there. But it also, like, there's so little to it that there's, like, very few complaints I have about it. The biggest complaint I had was maybe the first like 10 minutes of the game. Understanding how to get into the expo is really hard. But maybe I was just really drunk on pineapple, so who knows? I'm gonna put it maybe down here in C tier. Like, really simplistic. It's a very, very simplistic game. Did I enjoy it more than Klonoa 2? Actually, probably yes. But it doesn't have woohoo. That's a hard call. It's a C tier, I think. Like, it doesn't do anything that's bad, really. It's just short and dry. It makes you watch, like, some trailers for the entire length of the trailer, which is maybe tiresome, I suppose. All right, and our final game, actually, you know what? Our final game of 2023 was, it's actually not our final game. There was a secret final game that actually happened accidentally. Was our final game, quotation fingers, was, just gotta clip it out here, Donkey Kong. Just the original Donkey Kong. And this is the NES version, it's not the arcade version. So yes, I was missing a stage. But this is the version I grew up on as a kid. And this was a teaser, Kong, Monkey. Yeah, Donkey Kong was the last game we played this year. Monkey. So, Donkey Kong. I played this as a kid, and this was the teaser for what's coming up this year, which is we're doing retro achievements. I'm gonna be playing a lot of retro games this year coming up. We're gonna be playing a lot of games on the NES and Super Nintendo in particular. Maybe if we're make good progress, we'll get to the Nintendo 64 era or dig into the Sega side of things, but I'm gonna start with the Nintendo side of things first, so expect lots of NES games and a lot of Super Nintendo games coming up. I'm really looking forward to it, because I've kind of wanted to dig into retro games more, and I'm just gonna use retro achievements as just an excuse to do it. Donkey Kong, it's a game that it didn't start at all, but it definitely, like, it's a foundational game for the industry, for the genre, not genre, but like it's an important game. It's an important game. And you know what? I actually think it's pretty playable. It's pretty fun. I enjoy my time with Donkey Kong. Is it better than Tears of the Kingdom? Absolutely. I think it's good. It's an arcade game through and through. I'm gonna just, like, harsh but fair. I'm gonna put it maybe at the top of, like, B tier. I think it's better than Dead by Daylight. I'm gonna put it, like, right here. I feel like that's comfortable. Alright. Now, I know what you're saying. For all of you who are like, but Code, that's only 149 games. How did you hit 150? Yeah. There is actually a secret game that I did not realize until the very last moment. I gotta find it. Very last moment that I did not realize was actually our 150th game because of miscounting. And that's Cats Organized Neatly. We spun it on the wheel and I didn't realize I didn't actually play it in 2023. So our last game of the year was actually Cats Organized Neatly, a puzzle game about organizing cats. It's basically the same thing as Save Room, but with cats. And they meow when you place them, so it's kind of better. It's a very simplistic game, but it's cute. And the puzzles are actually hard. Save Room's puzzles don't get to the point where they're hard. So for like this style game, I think it's a better version of Save Room, ultimately. Okay. So it has been 12.5 hours, making this one of the longest streams I've ever done. I'm gonna play less games next year, so this stream won't be as long. Now we gotta filter our games of the year down. I'm not gonna be so high and mighty to think I can pick a single game of the year. I'm not that great. I'm gonna pick a couple games that I think are valid for game of the year. I'm gonna pick 3 games, because that's what I do just about every year, is I pick 3 games. Last year we picked Hard Space Shipbreaker, we picked Signalist, and we picked Elden Ring. Those were our 3 best games of last year. Glad you finished the stream before 2025 came out. Oh my god. Yeah, it does kind of feel that way, doesn't it? I'm gonna just take a picture of our list so that if I accidentally wipe it before I can do anything, we'll have record that it existed in some capacity, even if it's not 100% finished yet. I'm worried that I'm gonna accidentally erase this list before we can see it through. Actually, you know what? Out of all the games, of 150 games, there wasn't a lot of games that I felt bad about or felt strongly about. Like, the worst game I played by far was, oh my god, how did King of Monsters, King of Monsters 2, okay, good. King of Monsters 2 is at the bottom of the list. You accidentally wipe it again. Yeah, I know, right? Okay. I'm gonna say right away, Lies of P is very much like Game of the Year material. There's no question. This game was excellent. I look forward to playing more of it in 2023, 2024. It's gonna definitely stay on this list. Hi-Fi Rush, also a very strong contender. It's, like I said, if this was part of the Devil May Cry series, it would be among the best. It effectively, I'm not good at rhythm games, but it doesn't make it a deterring factor from playing this. It's got great energy, it has heart, it's a very pretty game. It's packed to the brim with content. There is so much fucking content in this game. I could play this game all of 2024 and probably still not exhaust all its content. Like, I don't think I could platinum this game in a year. I would have to play it almost exclusively to platinum it. Resident Evil 4 remake, also stellar. It's amazing when you take a game that's basically a masterpiece already and actually make a second masterpiece from that masterpiece. While also changing things. It doesn't do things one-to-one. And it's honestly oftentimes better for it somehow. So it's somehow Resident Evil 4 remake Rear somehow does some kind of magic numbers magic and makes a masterpiece of a masterpiece. Lies of P is everything you friggin' wanted. It really is. Rust and Moss. This is one of the best Metroidvanias I've played in a long time. I love Umehara Kawase. Is one of my favorite platformers, and this is a Metroidvania of basically that kind of game. I think its story is super engaging. It has a lot of the energy that games like Cave Story have, where it's just a really strong Metroidvania counterpoint. They took a fantastic game, reforged it, and it didn't make it worse. I know, right? There's so much room to accidentally make Resident Evil 4 worse, and they made it oftentimes better. Looking at you, Luis. Luis is really, like, the way they handle Luis in this game is so much better. Good God. He gets such a fucking raw deal in the original. It actually makes me angry thinking back to it. Okay. Oh, no. I don't know if y'all can hear that in the background, but vacuuming. It's now daytime. Cassette Beasts. Cassette Beasts is maybe the first one I can strongly say is not a game of the year for me. I enjoyed it a lot. I think it's really, really good. I think it's a very high, like, S tier game for me. It is Pokemon done by people that know Pokemon through and through and knew how to, like, improve Pokemon. It's also very gay. It's very good. I think the isometric platforming is part of the problem. Isometric platforming. Yeah. There is, like, a little bit of, like, awkwardness. It's kind of like, it's like if Pokemon Diamond and Pearl were kind of, like, done differently. There's, like, a weird dynamic element to its HMs in this game, too, which always feels a little bit weird. Add fair fights? Fair fights, question mark. Like, there's more going on. There's more going on in this game, by moments, but I do think that there's a lot of, like, it's a packed game. There's a lot of replay value. There's a lot in there. Like, Cassette Beast is just really interesting. It has a world that's, like, full of secrets. It feels interesting. And they correctly identify landlords as an evil we must fight. So Cassette Beast is quite good. Very good game from this year. Honestly, the biggest, you can shiny hunt. You can shiny hunt in this game. You can. I enjoy my time with Cassette Beast a lot. I'm gonna maybe put it right in the middle of S tier. I enjoyed it a lot. I hate to say it though, but Like, I played through this game, I was in love with it, and then I played Pokemon Infinity Fusion, and it kind of, it knocked it down a couple pegs for me. Just like a little bit. I was just like, oh shit, like, this is actually pretty good. And I know that, like, a lot of Pokemon Infinity Fusion love comes from the fact that it's a lot of established characters, a lot of established, like, Pokemon that it's, like, you know, loving against it. But, and I don't have to compare these games, but, oh, I rage quit Infinity Fusion. Oh shit, gotcha. See, I like Infinity Fusion a lot. I think it's a very sharp game. It's very fun. And it's the best Pokemon game, in my opinion. It's just the best Pokemon game. It goes fan-inspired original game, can't beat the fan-modded OG. Fan-modded OG? Question mark. Game promises fair fights and actively backstabs me. In Infinity Fusion. It speaks a lot about the original properties. I think it does speak a lot about the original properties. That is true. I think the fact that, like, here's the thing about Pokemon Infinity Fusion, which also, like, is a really, it's a big element of what makes this game so good, is fans getting to make their own creations, their own input on what these fusions would look like. And it kind of just feels like a love letter from the Pokemon community back to the Pokemon community. It's like fans kind of just embracing their love of something, and I think that's really cool. It's really, really sweet, and it makes the game better having these fan creations instead of just a bunch of like algorithm made fusions, which would not be as good of a game with algorithm made fusions. It has a lot of good to it. It does. There's a lot of love in this game, and it gets my respect for that. Cassette Beast also has a lot of love, and it is an original property. Here's the thing, I want Cassette Beast 2, and I think they're gonna fucking hit Cassette Beast 2 out of the park, because I think the things that were maybe bigger flaws in Cassette Beast are gonna be really obvious to the developers. I think the devs of this game are smart, and I think they'll get there. The first game, though, amazing entry. It is, even if I was to add this to a list of just Pokemon games, it would be a top tier Pokemon game. That's how good this game is. It is absolutely a top shelf Pokemon game. So don't underestimate Cassette Beasts. It's worth your time if you like Pokemon. Street Fighter 6. This is a Game of the Year contender. It changed the field of fighting games once again. But I think for me, it doesn't hit as hard. That might be a little bit because I'm not a Street Fighter fan. I love the characters. I love the energy of Street Fighter. I love that, like, you know, endless training arc energy that Street Fighter has, and it taps that. And more than ever before, it has that because they added an actual single player mode that lets you engage the characters in an interesting way. It's Street Fighter with social links. You get to know these characters without, like, a bunch of, like, junked up backstory or weird little cutscenes in arcade mode or a janky story mode. There's, like, something to it. I guess, like, the janky story mode is the single player adventure mode, but it does it kind of in an endearing way. I think, like, it gives the much needed single player content that Street Fighter V lacked. World Tour mode and modern control scheme are big changes. They are. How did it change the field of fighting games? It's honestly the modern control scheme and having single player content. They brought custom characters into Street Fighter, which is a first. Modern control scheme feels like another iteration of simplified controls. It is, but it is like, there's very little like detracting from modern controls in this game. A lot of times simplified controls come with like a caveat that oh, well, you'll eventually have to migrate up to advanced controls. This game doesn't do that. Simplified controls, oftentimes, they literally have tier lists where, like, modern control characters are rated against, like, advanced control characters, and they're in different places because modern controls are really, really good. I like the custom characters in Street Fighter EX 3 a lot. Yeah, like, custom characters are, like, something that's interesting, and I think it broadens the game. It gives so much more single-player content to players, and it makes the game more inviting. I mean, just then back to charge character argument. I mean, I just think back to So, and here's the thing, charge characters exist in this game too. I don't think there's like a removal of depth from it in the way that like, here's the thing, Street Fighter V tried to simplify and make the game more accessible by removing things. And this has been like something that's true about Guilty Gear Strive, which I didn't like. They try to simplify the game by removing. And yes, a lot of fighting games do have like weird appendixes of just like things that have existed just because, and it's good for developers to critically look at their games and say what actually is the core of this game and what benefits it and what is just extra we could potentially cut. Street Fighter 6 makes the bold move of, for a fucking change, adding things into a game and adding advancements to the game, like the drive gauge. The drive gauge is a full fucking meter that you can spend basically on EX moves immediately. Just letting you start with a full meter by itself is just an interesting thing. There's like a lot of things where they shake off like a lot of conventions and they change it up a little bit, and I think it brought the game to a lot more people. Yeah, Modern Control Guile DJ ain't working at high level, but Modern Luke and Chun, I think, and others do. Yeah, like, modern controls are legit in this game in a way that they aren't in a lot of fighting games. Tatsunoko vs. Capcom charge characters are bonkers because simplified controls nullify the downside, yes. And the thing is charge moves, for people that aren't aware of this with fighting games, charge moves are generally considered quite good. Like, they're supposed to be good moves because you have to invest in them to get something out of them. So when you don't have to invest through simplified controls, like Tatsunoko vs. Capcom, you're removing the negative of that. So they're harder to balance. But Street Fighter 6 does a lot of good stuff, and I think it's a really fun game. It brought fighting games to a lot more people. A lot of people went in on this game. It does do some slimy things, but I think the game is very important. In the same way that like Guilty Gear kind of did its thing and also brought fighting games to a lot of people. I think it's important. I don't think I enjoyed the game as much as a lot of people do, personally, because I do think that Soul Calibur has bullshit of actually having to phone Namco for one move. Oh my god. 2024 300 game recap, maybe. If I do that, I have to break it up over 2 days. My ears are burning. I kind of wish my characters mattered for online play. In what capacity? Is it that they're low tier, or is there something more? I'm not sure if I follow Street Fighter 6. What is? I don't know if I follow what's being said. It's actually literally real. I think Ivy's number pad notation input is Namco's office phone number. It's wild. But to be fair, something in Soul Calibur, characters in Soul Calibur have like a bajillion moves, so why not have a move that's just Namco's phone number? But Street Fighter 6 I think is good. Me personally, I enjoyed it a lot less than a lot of games on this list. I'm gonna put it like very firmly down here because I think it's important. I think it's one of the more enjoyable Street Fighter games I've played. Like, your unique avatar is not a viable character. You can go in lobbies and play online with your avatar. That's like, it's its own thing. They don't have a ranked mode, but you can go in, take them online, and play them against other custom characters. Like, should they have a ranked mode for avatars? Maybe. But there's not really like anything that I'd say is like, oh right, limiting a person from playing those. You can't balance them, but like that's the fun. You can, but like it's not where the scene is. Okay, well that's like a different whole kettle of fish. That's like less of a problem with the game and more of a problem with the community at that point. I mean, like, it is a problem with the game inadvertently because it is something that the game could encourage that in a bigger way, but I mean, they already have online play for them. They could add like a ranked mode maybe for it, or like a faster access to do custom battles. So there is probably stuff they could do to encourage that scene. So I will say it would be a very scary time though. Those battles are complete ham. But it's still fun that it exists. I'm actually gonna bump up the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog a little bit. Might actually be better than Street Fighter 6. It's a good Sonic game. Alright. But they fundamentally aren't where the end game is. I mean, they're kind of a stepping stone in the progress of the game, right? I mean, if you want to go into the online and be the beast that runs a particular avatar, like, those lobbies are there. There are people doing custom character lobbies still. But like, it is like meant to be kind of like, I think, a stepping stone to like eventually people just play the core cast where the competitive scene is. Are we starting 2024 with a new game? Not tonight. It will be on Wednesday. Wednesday's our next stream. Murder of is the best Sonic game we've had in a decade or more. It's really good. It's a really sweet game. I think that there is good Sonic games. People have like this perception that Sonic games have been like awful for a long time, but Sonic games are mostly just like middling. And usually they're middling to like decent. There's some bad Sonic games in there, don't get me wrong, but like they're okay. The big thing with Sonic is that they find success with something and then they don't do it again, because they just change the formula up every fucking time. And there's something to be said about that. That's like good that they're not like relying on that strictly, but like every Sonic game just tries to do something a little bit different and, you know, make success here and there. So but like generally Sonic's been on more of a positive than a negative in Flux, I think. It's been all downhill since they lost Soap Shoes brand deal. Soap Shoes are pretty cool, admittedly. Yeah. Okay, Gravity Circuit. This, once again, just to recap it, it is Mega Man. It's Mega Man if you were playing Fighter Suplex Kirby. It's Mega Man without a gun, really. You have a grappling hook and fists, and you just go in and you fucking... It's a really fucking good Mega Man game. If this was on a tier list with other Mega Man games, this would be a top tier Mega Man game. It's aesthetically captures like the kind of, I don't want to say innocence, but like it has like a clean look that I associate with like early Mega Man, while having the pure energy and gameplay of like the Zero series, which I think makes it extremely, extremely good. I think it's an S+ game. I don't think it's my game of the year, but it is very, very good. I didn't like Forces or Frontier. Okay, gotcha. I think Frontiers is pretty good, but like Forces seems like it was kind of a mixed bag for a lot of people. That said, I do think like Forces did try to do something interesting, which is Sega had the awareness, the self-awareness to say, wait, Sonic fans have Sonic OCs. What if we made a game where your Sonic OC could hang out with Sonic? And that's like actually kind of a pretty smart mindset, like at least on paper. Like I understand like the process. It's just that it turns out the game was just like at best, I guess, alright. A lot of people were kind of mixed on it. So I mean, like, you know, it's a great idea, but execution is lacking. Yeah. And for me, like, Sonic Frontiers is pretty good. I like Sonic Frontiers a lot. Maybe a little below Phasmophobia. I don't know. Frontiers does two things with Sonic, which I still think are really good. It gives Sonic a move set. It turns Sonic into Dante. He's not as deep as Dante, but they make you feel like you can fight as Sonic rather than just jumping and homing dashing at things. You're actually fucking like it actually captures the energy of Sonic that Sonic has like in fucking cinematics, where he just punches a hole in something or like flies around and bounces off things a bunch, and it's a good combat system. Action game, be Dante. I mean, like, it's definitely it's different, and it felt pretty good. It's not as deep as I would like, and I think the forced cutscene moves definitely had to go, and I think they actually did patch those in some capacity or something. But like, pretty good. The boss fights are really fun. The boss fights are actually spectacular in this game, and even though I still feel a little bit mixed about the open world stuff, I do think that I enjoyed the open world stuff more than I enjoyed the open world stuff in Tears of the Kingdom. It was more engaging mostly because you can go places quickly, engage whatever puzzle or thing you're doing right away, and then keep moving. So it kept the flow up in a way that I guess Tears of the Kingdom didn't for me. Anyways, okay. Next up, Exoprimals. This is maybe the biggest surprise of the year. I thought this game was gonna be not great. It turned out this was it was Capcom's high budget EDF, which turned out to, even though it looks like it's a monetizing monster that's meant to just like empty your wallet, it actually isn't somehow. And it has cool robot suits, you're blowing up dinosaurs. This game is like got a B-movie story, but it's also like B-movie gameplay in a way that's pretty dang good. It has asymmetrical versus, which honestly, the ultimate balance of it, I don't know. Probably not that great, but I pulled a lot of W's in this game, and everyone I know that played this game really enjoyed it. But it's a really cool game, first and foremost. It is, and the monetization it kind of isn't there in a weird way. Like, you'll look at this game and you're like, oh, they have loot boxes. No, the loot boxes are just a free thing you get every 2 fights that you do. It just gives you it gives you costume stuff, colors, title cards, stickers, all kinds of junk. And it's just a thing they give you. And there's no way to pay for those. There's no option to pay for them. You just get them. This game does have, yeah, it being Capcom, like, and that's the thing. Street Fighter 6 has some bad monetization going on. There's some gross things going on in that game. There's even some gross things going on in Resident Evil 4. They're not vital to the game, but it is gross that they do it. This game, strangely enough, it is less monetized than both those games in a weird back-ended way. There is some costume packs that they sell for it, and there's like a starter pack or something, but like, that's about it. So, you know, there is like, I think they've slowly snuck some monetization in there, but like, it wasn't like hindering the gameplay any, and it wasn't like smashing you over the head like Ever Crisis, wherever it is down there. But at its core, it's a B-movie game. If you like Earth Defense Force, you'll probably like this game. There's some cool design work going on with the robot suits. The storyline is surprisingly better than expected. It's still B-movie, but it embraces being B-movie. And as much as everybody hates on this game because it's not Dino Crisis 3, well, guess fucking what? None of these games are Dino Crisis 3. I'm sorry, but there can be dinosaurs in other games. It's 12 and it's 13 hours. I'm losing my mind. Do I think they should make a Dino Crisis 3? Absolutely, especially after the Resident Evil 4 remake. They try Dino Crisis. Try it. Try fucking Dino Crisis. Just do it. Tempt fate. They copyrighted dinosaurs. I was just disappointed because one character looked like Regina. Yeah. Dino Crisis 3 remake, go. Yes, like a bigger, like if you want like a valid, like in my opinion of, like I get it. It's okay to be upset about a game that didn't end up being the game you thought it was going to be. But like, here's the bigger pitch. Don't remake Resident Evil 5. Remake either one of the early Dino Crisis games or make Dino Crisis 3. You fucking have dinosaur assets at this point. Like, the temptation is there. Like, come on, Capcom. Capcom admittedly had been pretty on point though. Like their games have been good. It's once again a proof that Capcom generally knows what they're doing pretty well. Yeah, you mean Dino Crisis 4. Dino Crisis 3, right? 4. Okay, people wanted Dino Crisis 4. So yeah, the gist of it is Dino Crisis 4 instead of Resident Evil 5 remake. How about that? I feel like this is a good pitch. But Exoprimals was better than expected. I probably enjoyed it more than Street Fighter 6. I honestly probably enjoyed it more than a lot of games here. I think the Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog is just so good that I might place it like higher, but like only kind of just. Dino Crisis 2 Turbo Championship Edition. Yeah, exactly. Okay, here's a really weird one. World of Horror, not my game of the year. It's super flawed. As much as I like the idea of it, like when I'm looking at my list up here, God, fuck, this is like awful because it's really incomplete. It's really incomplete, and I think its core gameplay loop is not tight as it could be. As a roguelite, it's not RNG enough, and just it's a game you can solve. I think this game is potentially one of the most it's got the same energy as Slay the Spire, where it feels like it could start a whole new genre. It has the energy of Vampire Survivors. It feels like it could start a whole new genre off of what's established here, but the game in itself is like flawed. And it's flawed in a bad way. This game, the first few times you play it, it's really good, and it gets kind of, I don't want to say worse, but like the curtain is pulled back and you kind of, it's a card-based solvable RPG, it is, ultimately. It's a great way to put it. I'm gonna put it probably, like, once again, you can have games that are flawed but still be fun games and good games and important games, but I think I gotta put it, like, maybe, probably somewhere, maybe an A tier for me. Like, God, like, I look at it and there's a lot of games here that are probably ultimately, like, better, but, like, not, like, a lot. Like, MS Paint art is amazing. What game is this? This is World of Horror. It's a Junji Ito inspired choose your own path roguelite. For a single person's passion project, it is very cool. It is very cool. And like I said, this is probably gonna spark a game that uses World of Horror's foundation and builds a more competent game out of it. But it is unfinished. It does, like I said, it's solvable. I think what they could have did with this game is had more items in ways that you don't just buy them from the shop. That could have really helped the game a lot. But very much like Dead by Daylight, it's shaky foundation, exactly. As soon as you start to like break this game down, it starts falling apart in a way that does not feel good. Like, goddamn Gal Guardians. I'm gonna put it in A tier. If I'm putting it in the bottom of S, it would strictly be because I think that it's so... Yeah, it has lots of homages and references. I'm gonna put it in the bottom of S. I just think that creatively, it's such a interesting game, and it comes with like the hope of like, I want someday somebody to approach this concept again, but like there's a better game to be made. There's a more finished final game to be made. Okay, so Lethal Company, I'm actually gonna leave up here. I think it's a runner-up for game of the, in the running for game of the year. It's cool and it is moddable, and there probably someday is gonna be a mod that really polishes off, but it's not tight. Yeah, exactly. And like I said, somebody somewhere is gonna look at World of Horror and be like, I'm gonna make that game, but even better. And they're actually gonna do it. And that's gonna be the game that really like hits it out of the park. But that said, World of Horror is just like enjoyable, like enjoying the stories the first time. They're all enjoyable cases, lots of references, lots of fun nods to things. Before you solve the game, there's some excitement to it. So I'm gonna put it in the bottom of S tier. I think that's abundantly fair to the game, while also not like knocking like the value of it. It's really creative, easily solved, exactly. Cocoon, excellent puzzle game, excellent like top-down puzzle adventure. not a Game of the Year contender for me. I think it's good, but I don't think it's... I think it's like a good single endeavor, but I don't necessarily feel like I would want to go back to it ever again. I will say the flaws in World of Horror are only apparent after you consider the number of playthroughs. True. That is true. I would say like I did play this a lot even under the context I knew that there was issues, but the game was so good in like what it does do and the interesting things that would pop up and what new things I'd run into, and the fact that it actually has an achievement list that embraces like its gameplay and like is a part of its gameplay makes it interesting. But I will say, like, I played this game for like a month and a half. The achievement list could have been done in like a day and a half. Like, it's not hard to do. A lot of the length of this game came from actually just reading it out loud and sharing the experience with y'all. And you know what? I think it was worth it. I still think it was a very enjoyable game. The achievement and unlock content is good. It is good. And I like the fact that it changes the flow of the game. Cocoon. I think it's really good. I think it's a big step up from Inside. I think it's a big step up from Inside and Limbo. I wouldn't say it's like my favorite game I've played this year. It's very close to Jusant, but maybe a little bit less fun than some of these. I'm gonna put it maybe down like kind of more like in the bottom of A tier. Probably close to like Tears of the Kingdom. I think it's a very good game. I enjoy my time with it, probably not going back to it. I kind of wish maybe there was a little bit more character injected into it. It does feel almost a little bit sterile by moments. It's a cool alien world, I get that, and I'm kind of about that, but also, like, it does feel just sterile by moments. Alright, so we're narrowing it down, so I'm gonna try and pick 3 out of this. Okay. The fast one for me, the fastest one out of the 3 here that I think is like a faster elimination than other ones is actually Resident Evil 4 Remake. I think that it's a masterpiece that's made of a masterpiece. I think it's absolutely an S+ game. I think it's extremely good. I'm gonna put it probably right next to The Village. It's very fun. I enjoy my time a lot with this game. I think it fixes issues that, it fixes issues I have with Resident Evil 4 when it's at its high points. When it's at its like lower points, it's mostly just, it's breaking even with the original. I didn't play it this year. I played it last year, but it was high up on the list for me last year. It's really good, but it's also excellent foundation. Like you're gonna have a good time. This game is absolutely stellar. But also at the same time, it's not really, it brings new to the table, but it's not like dramatic. It's taking a good game and giving it a fresh coat of paint with some nice new changes and adjustments. So going down here, I'm in a weird spot. I think all 4 of the remaining games are building from scratch. They are. Lies of P, I don't think there's any question. This is probably, if I had to pick one out of this list, it would probably be Lies of P. It's an impressive feat taking such an established genre, something that From Software like is basically considered unmatched at, and going toe to toe with it and actually saying, you know what, like there's times in Lies of P where it just does things differently and it ends up to its benefit, and it does those things in a smart way. It's a really strong game. Rusted Moss, once again, this is like it's almost in the same tier as like something like Cave Story for me. It's really good. I do think the one issue it does have is navigating around the areas does take a little while, because like you have to get really good with your fishing line. It is a hard game, but as you learn and build the techniques up and build the muscle memory up for stuff, it's rewarding. All the action Souls-like games, Lies of P figured out what it wanted to do, and it did it in one. Also, like more competent developers have failed worse trying to do what Lies of P did. Like, maybe not exactly what Liza P did, because like you look at Neo, and Koei Tecmo is a pretty competent developer, and don't get me wrong, like Neo is not a failure. It's a very good game, but it is also like it doesn't feel the same tier as a lot of Soulsborne games. It does feel like just a little bit of a step down by moments. It feels much more like gravitated towards its like item collecting and stuff like that to kind of augment its like lesser feels by moments. Yeah, Code Vein's actually a really good example because that is a very competent developer doing way worse. They're pretty competent but couldn't hit the strengths that From Software has exactly. Hi-Fi Rush is a surprise hit of the year. Like a surprise, it came out of nowhere. Really good. It's a strong action rhythm game that just like it kills it. It does a really good job. It has heart. It's enjoyable. It's packed. It's brimming with content. Just really fucking good. And then Lethal Company, which is the actual like probably the biggest like case of like an underdog on this list. I didn't understand the appeal of Soulsborne games until I played Metal Gear Rising. Okay, that's an interesting interest. And then I played Armored Core 6 and lost that understanding again. Okay, that's fair. I don't know if I would consider Metal Gear Rising Soulsborne. I would consider that more... I would consider Metal Gear Rising more of a character action game like Devil May Cry, and I would consider Armored Core maybe not really a Soulsborne in full capacity either. I think Armored Core 6 does take things from Dark Souls to a degree to its benefit, but I don't know if I would strictly categorize it in the same category. They're definitely like on the family tree of game genres. I'd say they're closely related, but not like a one-to-one comparison, I guess. Never thought of Metal Gear Rising as anything like a Souls game. Yeah, like I mean, like character action games like Devil May Cry are definitely like on the same family tree that like also Soulsborne kind of spawned out of, but like it's a different branch. It's a Armored Core game that uses Soulsborne pedigree but doesn't really nail it. Gotcha. Yeah, we didn't end up playing Armored Core 6 this year. But yeah, Lethal Company. Lethal Company is just another case of like it's just a little game that could once again, you never know. Like if you're an indie developer, make your game. Make the game you want. Strong foundation. This game has nowhere to go but up, really, at this point. It's kind of like the breakout game of the year. I'm really torn here. I am really torn. These three, it could be any of these three. I think Liza P is pretty firmly locked in. Rust and Moss, I personally really like a lot, and I think it does really good things. There's nothing quite like it. Neither is, but yeah, say that those four games. I've seen Mist Rust and Moss. Hi-Fi Rush is the only one that doesn't hit the highs of its genre. Yeah. Neither is really Soulsborne, but comparing to Armored Core 6 to Metal Wolf Chaos shows just how majority of From Software mech game designs has changed and highlight all the Souls-esque elements that make it worse. That's a lot to unbox. Metal Wolf Chaos. I didn't play that this year. I should play Metal Wolf Chaos again. It sure is a game. From mech games were kind of goofy, but fun action. I'm in a robot. Yeah, like From Software does like they have like the weird avenue that they went with Metal Wolf Chaos, which makes it really like arcade-ish. But it's fun. Or 6 in some ways I felt tried too hard. I could see that. Honestly, it shouldn't be too surprising because, I mean, let's be real. From Software has tried to make Armored Core work for like 20 years and basically tripped over it every single time, practically. they had a little bit of success on the PS2, but they've basically suffered ever since. So I think that, like, I think there's a bit of a vendetta going on where they really want to make Armored Core 6 work. It's good, but it's a weird take on from doing Armored Core. Admittedly, V killed the series. Yeah, I tried the demo for V. I was not sold on it, especially since the frame rate was like 8 frames a second. That was like not good. First boss was such a busted curve that they had to patch to make it less hard of a wall for players. Gotcha. Yeah. I have no clue. It's been 12 and a half hours, 13 hours. It's been 13 and a half hours. This is the longest stream I've ever run. I am a husk of a human being right now. I would like to go over this list again and just like move it around, but this list exists in this moment in time. This is something that we can look at and enjoy the process of, but is gonna be washed away after this. But please rest. I will soon. And I am taking multiple days off, so no worries. I like Rust and Moss a lot. It is my game of the year list. I think Lethal Company is important. Like I said, it has nowhere to go but up. I'm gonna put it's like sitting here, I'm just like really mulling this over. It takes a lot to bear your thought processes like this for so long. Yeah, I mean, it's just straight talking for 13 and a half hours. Like, it's a lot. Like, I've had to keep myself especially like hydrated this stream, making sure I'm drinking like hot drinks to keep my vocal cords like good. I'm definitely gonna have my vocal cords blown out for the next few days. There's no question. Like, even just talking right now, I'm a little bit rough, but like you can tell when you've talked a lot in like one go because your ears start to burn. My ears have been burning for a few hours at this point. But to bear yourself like this. Oh, okay. But still, I appreciate y'all bearing with me for this. And I hope it's been an enjoyable watch for everybody. I will say, like, some additional thought on some of these things I think would probably have me move some things around farther. But overall, yeah. All three of these games would be S+. Kami, how you doing? Happy New Year's. Super interesting. Type 2 blink emojis if you're watching. Cut your losses and call it a top 4. I might have to call it a top 4 this year. I hate to say it, but it's actually maybe between Rust and Moss and Hi-Fi Rush, which one like would get bumped down. I think I might go back on this in a few days. I'm gonna digest this a little bit farther over time. I think I might bump Hi-Fi Rush down. I think Hi-Fi Rush is extremely, extremely good. It is a packed game, a full game. It has everything going for it. It has a heart of gold, great character designs, everything is going for it. But I think Lethal Company is just so incredibly like important and good. It captures an energy, it captures people's imagination. It's a foundation, like I said, that can only be built up. Rust and Moss it's just a really strong Metroidvania, and I watched this game get pieced together over time. Maybe I have a little bit of, you know, my heart is swayed by that a little bit. But playing it, I had a really good time. It's like the Umehara Kawase game that doesn't exist, and it has a fun story. Like I said, I compare this game, it's in the same company as Cave Story, which I consider one of the best games ever made. I think Cave Story is amazing, immaculate. Lethal Company's Lightning in a Bottle is just a story that makes you want to see more successes, exactly. And I mean, once again, all three of these games are a case of lightning in a bottle, because Liza P, like the devs were, this was like their last ditch effort. Like their previous two games completely bombed, and they were like, well, it's all we got left. Let's just fucking try and, well, we're gonna make the Soulsborne game we wanted to make, and they fucking did it. And like, Liza P is so good, From Software could take notes from it. Like, it is that good. I think Rust and Moss is just spectacular. It's just great to see like so much love go into a Metroidvania in 2023, and see such an interesting, I mean, actually also just once again to stress, it was the devs' last ditch effort. They really wanted to succeed with this game, and I think it's a spectacular success. I think Rust and Moss is just packed with interesting secrets, interesting navigation. Every screen is an interesting puzzle to look at. And it's really good. It does have like maybe the flaw where the flow of the game takes time to understand. But like unboxing, learning the process of mobility in this game was just such a huge reward. And Lethal Company, once again, like what was said, lightning in a bottle. This game is should be like, you know, like, if you're out there making indie games, like, there's always potential that you're gonna, like, nail it like this, you know? And that it's gonna be something that takes off. It's something that, it's nice seeing a single dev, work on a game, and just understand at its foundation what they want to make, and then make it, and have it just resonate with people so deeply. Because people love it. It's a horror game where you will like get scared by something and laugh. Everybody goes on about how much they hate jump scares. This game actually makes jump scares good. Like, and I mean, like, yeah, and I mean, even Hi-Fi Rush was an interesting case of a dev that's like, not on the ropes, but it's like, you know, it's interesting to see it like something different being made. Love a game about learning to use a grappling hook. Grappling hooks are very good. I'm gonna say these three. So Liza P, Rust and Moss, and Lethal Company. If these would all be S tier games for me. Lethal Company is a game that deeply understands the boundary between horror and comedy and is extremely thin and often impermeable. Yes! What a great way to put that. I think GameWorks is a lot more security than the other three devs, I think. They do. They absolutely do. It was like the director's last game with the studio, wasn't it? I mean, they're gonna go on and do other major things. Was it Shinji Mikami that did this? But it is interesting to see that it's like different from their previous games, you know? I think that like, it's brave, even from a dev that has like a level of security, it's brave to see them actually go outside like the box of the stuff that they've typically worked on. Cause I think it was like, Evil Within was their last couple of games. Right? Evil Within series, right? Still a very good game though. And like, there's so many good games this year. 2023 was absolutely full of bangers. He left after Evil Within 2. Oh, okay, so he wasn't even on Hi-Fi Rush, was he? I haven't checked. Maybe it was him. Okay, I might be off beat on that one then. Ghostwire Tokyo was after he left. Okay, maybe I have the wrong name. I might have the wrong dev. But still, I think Hi-Fi Rush is definitely a little bit outside their typical like catalog, and it's nice to see them do something original. The Evil Within 2 director was the Hi-Fi Rush director. John Jonas. Okay, I have the wrong name, and I'm conflating Shinji Ikami leaving with that. But well, I'd say Tango is in good hands with John Jonas then. I was about to say, I'm pretty sure he was still there, but I could be wrong. He was executive producer. Yeah. Okay. So, but not the director of the game. Different position. Very different position. So, credit to fucking John Jonas then. Because like, don't want to give credit to the wrong person here. I mean, you know, had little to do with it. Yeah. And I mean, left shortly after. But yeah, so Tango Works, hopefully in good hands. Hi-Fi Rush is definitely a strong game. Kind of out of nowheres too. A lot of good games in 2023. This was a really fun breakdown. It was really good. I'm glad to know very firmly that my worst game though is King of Monsters 2. I have trauma related to this game. It's trauma that will never go away. I don't ever want to touch it again. I'm glad I was doing it for charity. That's the only way I think I could do it. My brain's a real ADHD mess the last couple years. Yeah, big mood. So please believe me when I say how much I admire your ability to crystallize your thoughts on a year's worth of gaming for 13 straight hours. Thank you. Thank you, Blob. That's a big mood. I feel like I also am an ADHD mess the last few years. I don't know what's like caused it. I feel like I have a bad case of I'll be able to think of something, but I won't be able to come up with names. I won't be able to crystallize those thoughts how I want to oftentimes. And I'm glad to hear that at least I was coherent for 13 straight hours, seemingly. So that was our 150 games of the year. Yeah. That was a good run. It was good tonight. It was a treat. Yeah. So we're breaking into 2024 in a big way. Them's video games. And honestly, the majority of games I played were all good. That's really what it comes down to. There's a lot of good games. I could definitely, like, everything from B up is probably worth a person's time to check out and play. Like, these are all really good games and really fun games. I do feel like the list looks a little weird. It looks a little bit janky, but, and people are gonna look at fucking Battle Grega being just, like, under A tier and just, like, hate me. Just, like, hate me. I'm gonna be the most hated person putting that there. But it's just how I personally feel. I like shoot 'em ups that are a little bit looser, a little bit more like Radiant Silvergun. Isn't for everybody, and I think that's fair. And once again, this is a bad metric for measuring games because, let's be real, it's hard to put like a fighting game in the same space as a shoot 'em up, in the same space as a visual novel. Like, it's hard to do that. So like, this is oftentimes it's less of a comparison between games and more of a comparison between, like, it's just if I was to rate the game on its own metric, I would place it in this space. And I know there's some surprises here. I know Tears of the Kingdom not being in the Game of the Year selection, or even the runner-up, or even in S+ is gonna be like, what the hell is wrong with you? But I just feel like it wasn't as strong as some of the other games I've played this year, and I honestly question if it was even as strong as Breath of the Wild, which is a weird thing. I think it does some interesting things, but there's another whole conversation to have some other time about it. I think I'm just gonna leave these here. Personal preference matters. I don't think it's, yeah. I think I feel pretty good about this, though. Alright. So let me make sure I got all my tier lists saved out here. We got S, we got A, we got, I missed B tier. I missed B. Miss B. So I missed B. Alright, I'm also gonna save this tier list out. I'm gonna put it on Discord, probably put it in my socials. We're gonna click download and hope that it doesn't just erase it. There we go. Does it exist? Where did it put it? I'm very tired at this point. It was a good run though. This is what I get. This is what I get for playing 150 games in 1 year. Like, this is my punishment. I had my time in the sun and I deserve this. What the fuck? I don't know where it saved it out to. Where is it? Tier list? Tier list, where are you? Doesn't matter, I have the photos if I need it, but open folder. Image. Oh my god, it didn't save out the tier list, it saved out some other tier list, what the fuck? It actually didn't. I'm actually curious, what the heck? Yeah, it's fucking saving out a different tier list, that's super weird. Download image. Okay, there we go. I guess maybe there was like just like a caching issue or something. I'm gonna save that out. Okay. And it still exists. Guess we gotta do it again. It took so long. Yeah. It's a lot of games though, but I wanted to give them, you know, I wanted to make sure I covered them. And some people review games as they beat them. Turns out I review them all in one big chunk at the end of the year for 13 hours. So, you can ask, is it a good way to do it? Did I do a good thing or a bad thing? Probably the latter. Honestly, let's say Tears of the Kingdom is an open world physics puzzler for the sake of open world physics puzzlers. And the thing is I feel like Tears of the Kingdom is like an evolution of the Zelda series, which is very valid and very overdue, but also at the same time, I don't know if it hit for me. I think it still has like weird hang-ups that it has to get over. Tier list memory leak at 13.5 hours. I only write reviews for smaller games that I like. Honestly, I kind of want to get back into writing reviews. I don't know if that would be like interesting, but I think the rule of thumb I would use is I'll only write a review for a game of 100% it, and that way I'll kind of stick to game. I'll narrow the list of things so I'm not writing 150 reviews in a year. Like, so if I platinum a game, maybe I'll write a review for it. And 35 reviews in 1 year wouldn't be that bad. Yeah, also Samurai, Happy New Year's. Yeah, no, we've been running for 13 hours. We reviewed 150 games. New rule, every time Code golds or platinums a game, she rates it on stream before switching. Maybe. I mean, I definitely get my thoughts out about most games I play, so yeah. I haven't seen you in a whole year, missed you. Thank you. But it is, what time is it? It's 12 p.m. here. I've been going since 10:30 last night. I'm definitely gonna take it easy. I'm gonna be taking the next couple days off. I'm gonna be taking Monday, which today's Monday, off. I'm gonna be taking Tuesday off. I'm gonna do a stream Wednesday. I'm gonna take Thursday off. I'm gonna do a stream Friday, and I'm gonna take Saturday off, and then I'm gonna do a stream Sunday. I don't have a schedule out. I will try to get a schedule out probably. Probably, if not later tonight, probably Tuesday. So but you can expect this week to be a little bit more chill. It's pretty much the gist of it. Like I said, I do have some plans for this year to kick off, which, like I said, we're going to be doing retro games this year. And once again, look forward to NES games and Super Nintendo games. I haven't decided firmly if I want to do things chronological or not. If I'm actually going to start with Donkey Kong and work my way up from Donkey Kong, or if I'm going to just like kind of hit the ones that just play them roughly in a sequence I like. Thank you so much for all the streaming you do. Oh, Bador, thank you. Like, I've tried to write some game reviews. I've learned I don't really want to write game reviews. That's fair. I used to write game reviews 20 years ago. I ran my own website and I used to write game reviews, and I realized my problem was that I like games too much, so I'm not a very good critique. My tolerance for a bad game is so much higher than what most people's tolerance for a bad game is. So I decided at a certain point, maybe I was just destined to play games instead. Thank you so much. Donkey Kong 3 is a weird one, but I like Donkey Kong 3 a lot actually too. It's like a Space Invaders shooter, like it is. And we'll probably be playing it on stream. So we're gonna be doing retro achievements this year, and it should be fun. Highlight reel seems better than chronological. Highlight reel. Okay. I'm not gonna be playing every single release, of course. I mean, we have some amazingly talented streamers out there like Dot, who literally just looks like, I'm gonna play, like Dot and Lizstar, who are just like, I'm just gonna play all the games on a platform, and it's like, that's incredible. I have immense amounts of respect for them, for being able to do that. I'm probably not gonna play every single NES game or Super Nintendo game, which kind of goes without saying, but I don't know how they do it, I know, right? I mean, to be fair, I think Dot's thing is doing every action platformer, and I think Liz did actually play like every Sega Saturn game, but they're good beans. They're both good beans. But I'm gonna do my best to play a lot of the major NES games. You're gonna see a lot of Nintendo stuff, because I don't play a lot of Nintendo stuff on stream. I love Nintendo games, but I typically haven't played that many of them because I tend to do a lot of achievement hunting on stream, and also my mom usually has the Nintendo systems. This is just extremely high power level gamer. It's true. It's true. Someday I hope to strive and be on their level, you know? There's a lot of streamers I have aspirations to aspire to. Fire is another one. Fire and Gloop are also like up there, where they, you know, do a lot. I mean, there's a lot of people. A lot of names that in 13 hours I'm probably not mentally pulling up. I mean, gosh, like if you want like raw skill, raw talent, like Ada's another extremely good streamer. But like, yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot. I know someone's playing every single Game Boy Advance game all the way through, and it's probably gonna take them many years. Ooh, yeah, that would take a while. If I could get my puzzle game power level 1% of Liz, I would be able to make all my dreams come true. I would love to play Liz in some puzzle games. I love playing puzzle games, but I don't get to play them as much as I like. I think Liz would demolish me in a lot of them, but I would love to level up. Yeah. Liz is actually a puzzle game manifestation in goblin form. It's true. It's true. If Cross Stream is a Cross Stream, what is it fucking called? I think it is Cross Stream. If the netcode ever got hammered out for that game, I would love to play Liz in it. Is it Cross X? Cross X Cross Streams, yes. That's like the type of thing that I'd probably enjoy, like like playing Liz in. And I still need to pick Liz's brain about this game right here, Kirby Superstar Sacker. I don't know if I'm just silly and I just can't see the logic in this game, but I know Liz played it too. And I think Liz ran into a similar problem I have, but I don't know. Like, I don't know if like Liz figured out the trick, if there's actually something to it, or if we're both just being bamboozled by it. I mean, I beat it too, but I'm like, I finished it, I'm like, I don't know what the logic in this game is. This game, I don't think it's very good. I beat it, and it was just like, you can only use the middle 2 rows in this game. There's a weird chaining, I think, that she got. Okay, there might be more nuance to it than I think. The Game Boy version is probably better than the Super Nintendo version. I did the Super Nintendo version. I don't know if they're different, but I think it's not very good. Yeah, it's not a panel to pawn. And let's be real, if you want to get into like nuances of puzzle games, like there's some puzzle games that are historically big games that are well-known names, like Dr. Mario, but like if you go back and play Dr. Mario on the NES, it's not built to be played against like other people. It is an awful versus game. I am close friends with what I would assume is probably one of the best Dr. Mario players on the planet. And it is awful game to play versus in. I mean, obviously they're good, but like, there's no, like, you can't do anything. As soon as one person makes a combo, they're stun locked until you just kill them. It's a bad game. So Nintendo does actually make some bad puzzle games. You want to get into nuances of puzzle games, why not try Yoshi's Cookie? I wouldn't mind trying Yoshi's Cookie. I don't know what this, if there's a deep strategy Yoshi's Cookie or not, but I have played it a little bit. But I wouldn't mind getting into it. But there is a puzzle game that I am going to be playing in the next few weeks that is very similar to Yoshi's Cookie. At least in theory. I don't know if it actually is or not. Yumiro Yuram. I don't know this game. I might need to look at a picture of it. I'm gonna look at a picture of it right now. But anyways, I hope y'all enjoyed tonight's stream. It's a little bit different. Ooh, this game looks really cute. Oh, is it? I don't know why, but it immediately strikes me as being like Mr. Driller, maybe? No. This game looks really cute. It's for the Switch? Yoshi's Cookie is a lot of waiting for the bag to let you in. That's a problem. Like a good competitive puzzle game is like a hard thing to build and sort of Switch. Okay. Strangely enough, Makai Kingdom came up. Huh, weird. Fascinating new versus puzzler. Huh. I'm gonna read up on this game later. Is it on Steam by chance? I don't have my PS4 or my Switch, which makes me a little, oh, it's not Steam. Okay. Streams are always cozy. It's not on Steam. Oh, it's a heartbreaker. But maybe something to look into on the Switch. Oh god, and there's also that like Toho rhythm puzzle game on the Switch. I wish that game would go on sale. It goes on sale, but the sale price is like $40, and it's just like, oh, I want to play this so badly, but the only person I know that like plays it is Ada, and I'm like, this is nothing against playing Ada, and it just that Ada is also extremely good. It goes on sale, but all the songs don't. I know, right? Oh, it's so aggravating. I'll play it, but I'm super bad at it. Same. Like, if it was cheaper, I could justify going in and just taking the losses, taking those L's over and over, because it wasn't like a huge expense. But I feel like at $40, I'm starting to look at like games. I'm looking at a game I'm investing in financially and emotionally. So, I don't know. That's a game I regret not playing, though. I would like to get it at someday. I'd love to see it get released on Steam and maybe have the songs packed in somehow. That's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen because I think it's Taito, and Taito's just gonna like milk that. So like, no. Cool game. You can have cool game, but not all songs. No. Anyways. Spell Bubble, that's it. Spell Bubble is half off right now. Oh, but that still makes it like $40, doesn't it? Spell Bubble's the one I'm thinking of. eShop, Spell Bubble. And then also $27.50. But I'm also in Canada, so is it Sale ends in 10 days. Load your goddamn price, Nintendo Store. $39.99. Okay, so it's still like Canadian tax. So that's still like 45. That's as much of a sale as I've ever seen on it. It's 50% off, but it's still so pricey. Feel free. Happy New Year's. Also, once again, Happy New Year's, everyone. Thank y'all for hanging out with me tonight. This was an excellent stream. And I'm glad we could kick open the new year. Whoa, that was so loud for me. That startled me. Streaming for 14 hours. Oh my god, it's my longest stream ever! Yeah. They charge you tax just for being Canadian? Yes, they do. On paper, it's good because they'll go put it into things like healthcare, but whether that actually happens is debatable. It sounds like our healthcare is not going in a good direction, sadly. Anyways. So yeah, let's find a raid candidate. I think it's a good time to call it. I will be back on Wednesday, so you can expect regular streaming hours on Wednesday. I'm probably looking at playing Resident Evil 8, but I might throw something in the mix there too, but I also probably dip into one of our retro games maybe on Wednesday. I'll decide on what the schedule will be like probably Monday, later tonight or on Tuesday. So I'm gonna try and take it really easy for the rest of the day and probably tomorrow too. It was a long stream. I'm glad I planted a flag though tonight, which is that this is my longest stream I've ever done, and that's good. I don't want to do it again. Not that I didn't enjoy it, just I don't want to go this long again if I can help it. I usually try to be good to myself and not overdo it like this, but I felt like special occasion. Oh my god. I was gonna raid Hinutu, and Hinutu streamed for 23 hours. I don't even know how one does that. I'm like, it's 14 hours, and I feel like I'm a shell, a husk of a cat girl. Hinutu's eyes rolled into the back of her head. I'm worried now. Oh, there they go. They're back. Okay. Hinutu's a good option. We could raid Makari. We could raid Expire Pop. You know what? Expire Popsicles has raided me fairly often. It would be really nice to return the favor, I think. Take some breaks. It's usually 3. They take sleep. Oh, okay. They take sleep breaks. This isn't a knock against anybody that does it. I don't like the idea of sleeping with the stream running. It's just, I don't know. It's like, I don't like the idea of just spending that electricity on something that's not like a thing. You know, at that point, give your computer rest. Think of the power bill. Think of the electricity. Think of the rainforest. What's the matter? You don't want us to watch you sleep? No, actually, that's the thing. I think actually, I'm an amazing sleeper. People tell me that I'm actually amazingly peaceful to watch sleep. And like, I would be good at it. If sleep streaming was competitive, I would be like an Olympic tier sleep streamer. But I just don't think like the engagement is a good idea. And I just love the rainforest too much. Just napping category. Yeah. You just click into sleepy mode. I do. Cause I don't know if I what is it called? I don't know if I'm narcoleptic or not, where like I can just sleep, because it takes I like have like songs I listen to for sleeping, just like easy music or whatever. I don't think I've heard any deeper into like 2 minutes into those songs. I think we're gonna raid Expire Popsicle. Expire Popsicle typically doesn't stream, or like, I'm never in a position to raid Expire Popsicles, so I think this is like a really good idea. And Expired's been good to us, and a good bean, and very sweet. and I think it would be just really nice. So, narcoleptic is you sleep, but not by choice. Oh, I mean, oftentimes I fall asleep by accident. I'm pretty good about not doing it on stream, though. I think I've only done it like once on stream. Raid MSG. Oh, I don't know. Happy New Year's raid, I guess. I don't usually kind of have a raid message. All right, so we're gonna ready up. So everybody, wish Expired Popsicle a Happy New Year's, and I'm wishing you all a Happy New Year's. Thank you for hanging out with me. I hope y'all enjoyed the stream, and I'm looking forward to hopefully a really good 2024. I'm gonna do my best for y'all and have some cool games lined up. So, anyways, yeah, so thank you all for the support, for being here, for the raids, for the follows, for the bits and the donations and the subs and everything. Like, I wouldn't be able to do this without y'all, so thank you. And I know I just said it, but thank you for being here. I super appreciate it. Like, y'all are my family, and I love being here with y'all, you know? So anyways, show Expired Popsicle some love, and I will catch you all on Wednesday. So, thank y'all for watching, and y'all have a great night, and a happy 2024. Catch you later. Bye!